The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it.
Put your one-time ticket. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Hi, what's going on? Welcome. My name is Alan Cox. Thank you for showing up. Say hi to Bill Squire, who's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Mary Santora is out today. Poundcake's back behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people.
Are you okay? Your voice cracked.
Oh, yeah.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. Are you sure?
Yeah.
All right. You look like you were feverishly running in last minute today.
I was talking to my brother on the phone.
Is he all right?
Yeah, he's fine.
Is he having another kid?
No.
Did he have a kid?
Did he leave it in with somebody else?
That's actually to be continued, actually.
TBC?
Yeah, no.
He gonna be on Maury?
No, it was me. My brother's talking me down.
Wait, you're your brother's kid?
No.
I'm confused already. Only 2.5 minutes into the show.
Yeah.
I said my brother was talking me down. Like I was just...
What's the matter?
Well, it's just like this medication. He's saying, like, get out and do things. And I'm like, what is there to do?
Like what?
That's what I said.
What, is he still a guy that's going out and doing things? Mm-hmm. What's he doing?
I don't know, going out with friends or like... Because he was like...
Bright guy, your brother?
Whatever. He was like, I don't want to live in solitude. And he said...
nobody wants to.
Yeah. I know. And
see, if he had a kid, he wouldn't be. He'd be chasing that kid around.
Well, the girl he's with now has 2 kids.
Why? No wonder he's out with his friends. That's why he's out with his friends. You know, like, I don't be home with these kids. Right?
I guess.
So he said you should get out and do some stuff.
Just stuff, whatever. Just not be at home.
Right. It sounds like this, and again, it's still early on in your newly apportioned medication, but it sounds like the medication is having the opposite effect of what you want it to have.
That's what I'm saying. I was like, do I wait?
It's making you feel worse than when you started it.
Do I wait 3 more weeks, or do I, I don't know.
Right.
But that's why I wanted to call him and talk to him.
And now you called him just because he's your brother, or because he has experience with things like that? You thought that you could avail yourself of his wisdom.
Because who wants to burden my mom? I don't want to burden my mom.
She is a nurse. I mean, your mom is a medical professional.
But she's also asleep.
Of course, your brother is too, right? I forget your brother's a nurse?
STNA, but yeah.
What is that?
State tested nurse's assistant.
He's a nurse's assistant. So they're both in the medical field.
My
right?
whole family's in the medical field.
Gotcha,
yeah.
except for you. You're in the family.
Maybe that's the problem. Maybe you should have gone into the medical field.
Maybe you should have been a
You're
nurse.
in the wrong job.
Yeah.
Guess I should have.
Has it ever occurred to you that this is the entirely wrong fit for you? You could diagnose yourself that way.
I mean, that's...
Poundcake the nurse.
That would make a lot of sense.
Oh, nurse! And he'd come in. What do you want?
Well, no, I'm squeamish. I can't
empty my bedpan?
I can't see that. I can't clean up poop. I can't clean up pee. I can't...
So what do you need more interaction with people, or you just need to get out of your house, maybe go to another, like... What are you looking for?
Probably just like interacting with more people.
What is this interaction with people that I keep hearing so much about that people are missing so much?
Well, you have your bubble, but I mean, for Poundcake,
right, but even if it was just me,
local.
I wouldn't care. Like,
yeah, but you're not a regular person.
Well,
none of us are regular, really.
Admittedly,
yes.
Still, right. It's a good thing this show is counterbalanced by you and I, Bill, 2 people who feel nothing. Poundcake's over here
I
in his
feel things
feelings.
sometimes when it's birthday related. We have to always acknowledge that, because one time I had a feeling on my birthday, and people will always be like, "You cried on your birthday." I didn't cry, and even
You
if I did, why?
You
I
complained on your
Yes,
birthday.
I complained on my
right,
birthday
right.
because my friends are bad.
It was just strange to
because I have bad friends. That's what it comes down to.
No, because you made a whole show about how you don't care about gifts, and then you got all butthurt
No,
when nobody got you gifts.
I make a whole show about how I don't care about awards. Gifts are different.
Gifts are just personal awards.
No,
Here's
you
something
earn
that-
awards. Gifts you just get because you're alive, especially on your birthday.
Well, listen, right? I'm somebody.
Give me the free stuff.
A birthday gift is an award for not dying yet.
Yeah, and I didn't die.
Hey, congratulations for living another year.
So the point
That's why
is-
traditionally I don't get people birthday gifts. I like to give people things they've earned. I don't need birthday gifts. I'm a grown man. Everything that I've earned, I have.
The way I live, it's a miracle I'm alive. So I think that I've earned my birthday gifts. But I think you say that you'd be fine if you were by yourself, but you don't know that for sure because you have Gwen and you have the kid.
Most of my adult life, I lived by myself. I didn't have roommates. College didn't have a roommate one year.
Right, but then you were still having a social life outside.
If
you
I
were going
wanted
work,
to.
But yes, but Poundcake's been pretty isolated for a year. Like he's got his roommates, but
he's got roommates and 2 jobs. He never has to be home if he doesn't want to be.
But
he
that
has roommates and 2 jobs.
That doesn't make everything okay.
I'm not saying it does. I'm simply saying he's getting interaction with people.
He's getting, but that's not all the interaction everybody needs, especially when he's not getting. He hasn't.
He's
had
pent
a
up.
partner
You're
in a
pent
while.
up, aren't you?
Very much so.
Yes, that's what it is.
Well, it's not even
He's
like-
getting radicalized. He's like ISIS over there. These guys that get deprived of all kinds of human things.
The first thing everyone goes to is sex. It's not even sex. Like, I just need to cuddle. I need to feel the weight of a man. Like, just you laugh, but
Go to the
like,
morgue.
I laugh because that's a
There's
funny.
so many people there right now.
Yeah, I mean, you slip the guy a 50 and see what transpires. I laugh
Can
because
you
that
heat him
was
up a little bit?
That's a funny way to put it. I
Yeah.
need the weight of a man.
I just need to feel the weight of a man on top of me. Just
Bill, is there something the two of you can work out? I mean, clothes on doesn't have to be any no pants dance, but is there something?
Let me do my own negotiating. Thank you.
All right,
Keep my
I'm
clothes
sorry.
on. Maybe I want the clothes off.
Right.
You get that body heat going. You don't know what I'm going through.
That is true. Alan, maybe Poundcake's just catching his breath after seeing the Trey Songz sex tape.
ooh, there's a Trey Songz sex tape.
There you go. See, the texters
He
are getting
lights
you
right
hit. What was he just in the news for again? He shot Megan Thee Stallion and didn't go to jail for
No,
it.
that was Tony Lands. That's
I'm
that's
sorry.
not
You're
Trey
right. Yeah,
Songz.
not Trey Songz.
Oh, so it's not a Trey Songz sex tape.
Well, no, I screwed up. They said Trey Songz. I was thinking Trey Songz is the guy, but you're right. Tony Lanes or whatever. Alan Poundcake should get his real estate license and sell houses. How would you feel about that? That seems to be the last refuge of the scoundrel. You know, a lot of people who hit dead ends, they end up getting their real estate license. Nothing wrong with it. I've just noticed that seems to be a pattern. So
I do love
That's what
looking
my
at the
ex-girlfriend
houses
does.
at the rich. Yeah.
Yeah, you do. My ex-girlfriend started doing that. I inspired her. There's no limit to how I inspire people.
Congratulations.
So when
I have a severe limit on how I inspire people.
we were dating, and after we broke up, she went through kind of a, what am I doing with my life phase, which you're welcome. And she got her real estate license, and now she does that full time, and she is killing it. So good for her. So maybe, I don't know, you could figure that out.
Probably, but I
can-
enjoy doing radio.
Well, show houses in the morning.
I guess I could.
House in the morning, house in the evening, house at supper time.
There you go. Pony in the bathroom, pony in the backyard.
Yeah, I just want to go through people's houses and see their stuff. I was like, wow.
That's
you
why
see
I'm
this house
saying
is
that
$2
that's
million?
this person, Mike from Parma. That's his suggestion. It's perfect for you. Somebody else suggests you can get one of those happy lights if you have the seasonal affect disorder, right? People have a hard time this time of year. My wife always has a real hard time, and she always forewarns me. She goes, January, February, keep an eye on me.
Hard
I'm like, I know.
time, as in like it's just
a real mentally for people. Yeah, if you're in Ohio in the winter, it's hard, man. We're not in Laguna Beach. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's tough. Some people get those happy lights, put them on their nightstand, or have them at work.
Is Brandywine in like Boston Mills? Is that open?
No clue. I think they have new management out there, so I don't know what's going on. I posted a way back Wednesday photo today. Today is the 4th anniversary of the one single time that the Coxsicles won the Polar Blast.
That was when
We've
I had
done
to
it for
get
a
the
decade.
earring.
Right. The 1 year that I won, Mary's been in it 1 year and she won. She's undefeated,
Right.
numerically. I won, and we did it 7 or 8 years before I won, and I haven't won since. But it was 4 years ago today, February 3rd, 2017.
Dangly dolphin earring.
The dangly dolphin, Poundcake.
Greg and Marcello.
What did you have to do? We shoot stuff at you? What did he have to do?
I think that was the shot collar.
Oh,
here.
beautiful. Find that shot collar supercut on YouTube. Yeah. Oh, it's so good.
Maybe that'll snap you out of it and bring that back.
Should we shock collar you back to a semblance of normalcy?
Nah, I don't think that's gonna happen.
Okay, I don't think so either.
We're
I'm
just throwing
it out.
ideas.
I'm just
Yeah.
throwing it out there. There are no bad ideas, only bad ideas.
Just bad people.
That's right.
And bad friends that don't get you stuff on your birthday.
All right, fine. If you
I like
want
changing the narrative.
216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007 if you want to join us. 35192 if you want to text.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. number one for podcasting. 2021 is the year of you, and iHeartRadio is giving you your very own station. Favorites Radio plays nothing but the songs you've thumbed up and listened to the most, all on one personalized station exclusively for you. The more you thumb, the more personal My Favorites gets. You can even share your station with your favorite people. My Favorites Radio, only on iHeartRadio. Number one for music, radio, and podcasting, all in one app.
iHeartRadio.
The Alan Cox Show is back.
Hi, we're back.
Ask Alexa. Ask Google Home. Hell, you can even ask Alan.
I could probably get you some information over here.
Whatever smart device you have, just tell it to play The Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Two 216-578-1007. Join us live on the phone, 800-348-1007. 35192 to text me. AlanCoxShow.com. Feel free to watch live there. Tawan Gamji is helping out in the video department today.
Doing a fine job.
Did I pronounce that correctly? Tawan Gamji?
Yeah.
Okay,
Nailed
good.
it.
I'm glad that we're getting some diversity back there. Alan, I can't believe
Tawan Gamji is white as can be.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Boy, I'll tell you what. There's my bias. I'm so sorry. Didn't realize. I assumed that's on me. I assumed that they were of some kind of Indian origin.
Well, they're an albino.
Asian. An albino.
Yeah.
Wow. So no wonder you took pity on this person. Gave them an opportunity, a leg up.
Earned the job.
They did?
Yeah.
In one. I mean, these people are all here for one day.
Yeah.
I'm so curious. And again, I like to remove myself from the process, but I am curious how they earned that spot in such a short period of time. You're just vetting them based off of their
no, it's
resume?
a rigorous process.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, there's tryouts and shadowing and callbacks.
Oh,
and
so this is all so it's months of planning in advance for one day of work.
Yeah.
Wow. I'll tell you what, that is that really goes to show you how dedicated the people in our video department are. For them to go through this.
Once you get this on your resume, though, you're good.
There you go. As soon as you get that
can work
on there.
any afternoon shows
In
doing video
Cleveland.
production.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah.
Sky's the limit.
Except here, because we only get one day here.
You know. A lot of people are amazed that the dangly earring was 4 years ago.
I got a...
Time flies.
Time really does
Yeah,
fly.
that goes so fast.
I think I got that math correct, yeah? 2017?
Yep.
Was the year that I won the year that I won the Polar Blast. So hopefully we'll have the Polar Blast in 2022. That would be fun to have that back, since we'll be having another year of missed opportunities to hang out with people in 2021. Of course, a lot of people making the same joke that Poundcake is lacking vitamin D.
Whatever.
Ha ha. Mm-hmm. Right, he's not into it.
He just
not
wants the
feeling
weight
it.
of a man.
He wants the weight of a man.
Can't you cuddle with your roommates or no? They're not into it.
No.
They're married, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
They won't cuddle buddy you. You can't have a cuddle buddy?
I got dogs. It's fine.
Let me ask you
I
this.
have a dog, but it's different to cuddle with a person. We were talking about that yesterday.
Do you still have that arm pillow?
No, I threw it out.
Oh, you did?
Too much drool on it.
Oh, God. I was going to say...
I threw it out. I threw it out.
We couldn't wash it?
No, it was gone.
I would think something like that would have a removable cover.
No,
that you could just take off.
It wasn't an unzip or anything like that.
Okay.
No,
I was going to
suggest.
I was going to suggest that maybe you like fill that with beans or sand. Give it some heft.
No.
Are you going to replace the arm pillow?
No. I'd probably get a new bed set and get one of those body pillows because they do have.
They're like a horseshoe shape.
The pregnancy pillows, those are great.
No, it's just I'm talking about like one of the big long ones. It's like the length of a body.
Sidebar: Bill Squire, familiar with a pregnancy pillow?
I actually have never used one, but they just look so nice.
Oh, okay.
Have you seen those? The U-shaped ones. Isn't that the pregnancy pillow?
Yeah, it's like a thing that Gwen had one, and yeah. Cavaliers play the Clippers tonight. That's an 8 o'clock tip at the Romo Fijo. Where they get about 2,000 people there for those games?
Yeah, and I
Romo
shared in an article that from the Players Tribune that Colin Sexton wrote with the help of somebody, I imagine. But it's very good. It's very, very good.
On what? On having fans back? Or
on just the Cavs being a team that people should pay attention to again. And then he kind of goes through his career of like moments where people took notice of him, because he's always played with a chip on his shoulder, because he's always been undervalued or overlooked or whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
And he's, he takes that personal, and he puts even more hard work into his game, and it's starting to pay off.
The All-Star Game is going to be in Atlanta on March the 7th. Is the NFL draft in Cleveland this year?
Yes.
Wow, what a year.
Right.
Jesus. And I know they do them in advance, so nothing they could have done in, whatever. Chips fall where they may. But, these cities
Chips
that are...
Falls. If we get him, that would change the team.
Chips Falls is great.
Yeah.
Talk about undervalued.
Right.
Yeah, but, these cities angle for these drafts for years, like the Olympics. And then they go, all right, Cleveland, 2021, you get the NFL draft. I was like, woohoo! And, fast forward to 2020 and 2021. And hell of a time to get a marquee event like that when you can't really have people there.
And then next year we have the NBA All-Star Game here.
There you go. Well, next year I think things will be back and running out.
Mutations aside, we don't know what's going to happen.
That is true.
There's so much time. I
true.
I like speculating on the future. Like, it's all because I think we said it by now. Everything was going to be fine at some point. So it's just one of those things where it's like, let's just keep kicking the can down the road, and when it's actually okay, that's when we'll go ahead and get some events scheduled.
We've come this far.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just keep doing what we're doing. And then when things open up again, we'll go, hey. Think about the first, because it's not like you're going to turn on the television or hear us talking about it, and they're going to go, everything's back to 100%. It's not going to be like that. So it's going to be a weird sliding scale where even for the first few months of things kind of feeling normal, everybody's going to be giving everybody else the side eye.
Yeah.
You might feel confident enough to go somewhere. Maybe there'll be enough. There will be certain states and cities that'll not be so worried about masks. But those first few, if you could quantify them, those first few months within the world starting to feel kind of okay, you're still going to be looking at people. Be like, what's that guy have?
But there's a lot of people that are just going to go right back to normal. And there's a lot of people that never...
There's people who never left.
Yeah.
I got to live my life. Yeah, okay, cool. Nevertheless, I'm talking about like people who are taking it seriously and trying to do what's best for them and the people around them. There's going to be months there of going,
it's going to feel weird.
I want to have fun. I want to go out somewhere, but
I'm telling you, I posted it on like my Facebook. There's like a huge like margarita that is just super tall. That's my first drink as soon as I get it, because they put like multiple straws in it. I'm like,
when you get the vaccine.
Vaccine or just want to go rogue, and I'm like, I just want to drink to myself.
But you know what I mean? Like, the vaccine's one thing. That's something you can quantify, and yes, I got it. But beyond that, it's not like that's going to solve everything. But also,
I do have a question, though.
All right. I'll remind you, I'm not a doctor.
I know you're not a doctor, but to the Republicans and the GOP point of, nothing's going to change once, or like, it's not, COVID's immediately going to go away after Biden is president. Why did Gavin Newsom open up all the restaurants and everything like nothing happened? He loosened all restrictions for California.
I don't think he loosened all restrictions. I don't think so. I think he loosened some because he's like, we can't have, because there's so much pressure from the cities, and these people are in a bind if they're trying to do the right thing. Because on the one hand, they're like, we can't keep people locked down for 24 months. And LA we all have friends that live in LA.
My friends are in
LA
not doing
right
now.
Yeah, they're not doing anything. So he lifts some of the lockdown measures because, 44 states are seeing coronavirus cases decline. They can't figure out why. It's not because of vaccinations, because only 8%. Prayer, there you go. Thoughts and. Because only 8% of the United States have been vaccinated, so it's not due to that. Go ahead.
People aren't getting tested.
You know what? If we...
that's what I think. I think people are like...
I think people have laid off the testing.
Well, I think people are way laying off the testing.
But
I think that's what it is.
But what I read was talking about primarily about hospitalizations.
Okay.
That's how they quantify the not people lying about whether or not they feel okay. But, Gavin Newsom and now they're talking about a recall election, all this stuff. So, yeah, on the one hand, his approval ratings are going down, but it's also like a damned if you do, damned if you don't thing.
That's what I was curious about, because all these people are like, oh, well, they only did that as a strategy for Trump to lose the election. And I'm like,
well, no. You have to remove all that right-wing hooey out of the equation. I'm talking about what states and governors are trying to do, if they're doing that much at all, to keep people safe. And California had some of the more stringent lockdowns in the country. It's like Mike DeWine, right? Didn't matter if you were left of center, right of center. Everybody loved Mike DeWine for a while until they didn't like him anymore.
Right.
And then they go back to, this guy sucks.
And Danny DeWine trying to keep us in bed.
So, we're all guilty of that too.
Yeah.
He does something you like him. He does something different you don't like him.
Yeah, we tend to be finicky.
Well, I think initially
voters.
he was really working to keep the people safe. And then after...
I agree.
But I also thought he was like everyone else. He's like, well, if we do these really tough things now, it's going to help us come summer and we might be able to get past this. And then when we didn't, that's when it got not so good.
Well, but also that thinking is still very sound. If you got everyone to do it, yes, but you don't get everyone to do it. No. So that's why you got to go on TV and go, hey, 18 months in, please wear a mask.
No, double mask.
That ship sailed a long time ago. People figured out within the first couple of months if they were going to do that or not going to do that, But, okay, listen, I've got $1,000 to give to you here. It's $1 of cash until the end of this month. You get a few more weeks on this, about a dozen chances every day to get some of this money. So I hope you do. Good luck.
Hey, it's Rover. It's $1 of cash. Time for your shot at $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword CASH, C-A-S-H, to 200-200. You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's CASH to 200-200. Good luck from 100.7 WMMS.
I did get an email from Nick that I'm going to forward to you, Poundcake. Have you ever heard of the buttress pillow?
No, what's that?
It's a little butt pillow. I mean, they're being cheeky with it, if you'll pardon the pun. But a little butt pillow that you can hug. Maybe that's something to look into.
Yeah.
It's not the size of like the arm pillow, but thebuttress.pillow.com. Nature's most comforting design perfected. Are you still sleeping on a rectangle? I like that. Are you still sleeping on a rectangle? Pillows have become like hamburgers. Everybody thinks they have a new take on the hamburger. They don't. Everybody thinks they have a new take on a pillow. They don't. Hey, ours is a square. Cool. But what are you going to do? Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You can always drop us a message there anytime you like. It is 216-986-8903.
Alan. Kind of caught the middle of it, but a segment or two ago, I don't know why people were so upset that Leon Redbone got his flu shot or whatever it was, but that didn't make sense to me. And every time strippers got...
Yeah, a lot of people, we played you some of the Alex Jones. I thought it was, Leon Redbone. I thought he meant Alex Jones. Oh, because a lot of people were confused why Alex Jones was screaming through those songs that we played yesterday.
He was trying to do something new.
Right. No, OJ with the mask.
Yeah, OJ.
I forgot that I played that, yeah.
Every time Stripper Scott calls in, it just reminds me of like a sad Winnie the Pooh, like, what's wrong, Stripper Scott? Oh, Stripper stole my wallet again. Oh, bother.
I don't know who Juanita Pooh is, but that guy is really fixated on her. And listen, Stripper Scott has had a lot of strikes against him in his life. If you've ever gotten a chance to talk to him, and if you've seen him in public, you will. And he calls the show frequently, and I'm happy that he does. I'm always glad to hear from him, because when we go long periods without hearing from him, I start to worry.
You get a little nervous.
I get a little nervous. And so, he has, people know the broad strokes of Stripper Scott, that he's paid for the ladies with no shame, and nor should he. And no shame in that game. He's doing what a lot of other people are unwilling to do. And he's not a rich man. Great personal expense to him. He's not going to remain financially sound doing that. And it's really, you want to talk about isolation. You talk about a guy that goes, you don't have to worry about dinners and movies and stuff. Of course, I guess the end cost is probably the same.
I want to do his hose wear a mask.
But you want to talk about a guy who is dealing with isolation. You go from buying your girls whenever you want to, have some fun, to nothing. Assuming that that's not going on, I don't know.
You think if you're like breaking the law in that way that you're just gonna not buy hookers?
Well, I'm saying that there might be
because of COVID.
I'm saying that there might be fewer of those women ready to be out there doing their work. It takes two to tango. I don't know.
Do you think they care? Yeah,
yes, I don't care. Just because you're a sex worker doesn't mean you don't care about your health. I think you care more about your health. They're no different than you and me.
Yeah, but if you're a sex worker, that's what you do, and therefore, no sex, no money.
Well, hopefully, I assume that people have their regulars. Hopefully, they've socked away a little nut. Hopefully they have. You see some of the money some of these sex workers are making, you're like, you better be socking that away.
Yeah,
that's why you did this. Started out as a side hustle that accidentally got lucrative.
Hope you bought some GameStop. That's still happening? Is that still a thing?
They're making a movie out of it.
Already?
Somebody hastily wrote, because I was reading the story, I go, how the hell? A, of course it is. B, how the hell, who sold the movie rights? Who had the rights to this?
Because this has been happening for months. People were informing me on the phone, like they didn't go on air, but they're like, you guys are getting it all wrong. This has been happening for months. This is just
I mentioned
the climax of it.
There's a huge spike this past month, but they started the hike like 18 months ago.
Yeah, Bill explained it to me. I literally just learned about it along with everyone else. I'm not talking to Reddit nerds about it, but I'm like, who would have the rights to this to sell it? And some guy hastily wrote a treatment for this movie and then sold it to Netflix. There's going to be two of them. One of them's from Netflix. So the guy who wrote, Netflix has the guy who wrote Zero Dark 30. Remember that movie?
Yes.
This
Never
guy,
saw it, but I know
good
what
movie,
it is.
great movie. This guy goes, because all you need is a treatment. You scribble out a couple of pages. Here's going to be the movie. They go, cool, good, let's make it. And they've got Noah Centineo, who sounds like somebody Poundcake would know.
God, I hate myself. I need up my dosage. Yes, I know him.
Well, okay, that's what I said. It sounds like somebody you would know. He's going to play one of the main roles.
Noah Centineo,
okay? Because
he's like a ABC Family actor. He's in all those movies, and then he's like huge on Netflix.
And that's the kind of guy you know, right?
Yeah, like you know how like they have those Hallmark movies, and they have like the same type of actress or actor template. That's him. He's in all those Netflix.
So there are two movies in the works. Netflix has got one, and then MGM bought the book rights for the guy who wrote The Social Network. Not the movie, the guy who wrote the book that The Social Network was adapted from. So there are two competing GameStop Reddit movies. See, I love, because I don't quite understand money, my father-in-law is a financial analyst, and I ask him questions all the time. And he makes it sound very simple, because it's what he's been doing for a long time, and then I feel like I'm a little bit smarter about it. But I love financial meltdown movies, and I don't know why. Maybe because there's just inherent, everything you want in a drama. There's tension, and there's drama, and there's high stakes. Like that movie, The Big Short, that Adam McKay did.
Right.
Where they're all playing, most of these movies are all playing real people. Nobody's coming up with like a fictional financial movie. These movies are usually biographical. So like The Big Short.
Or they're based on real stuff. Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah.
Even Boiler Room is basically based on that same character.
Right. They're playing real people. Yeah. So Big Short was Christian Bale and Steve Carell. And then this movie Margin Call with Kevin Spacey and Demi Moore. Love that movie Margin Call. It was about the financial meltdown in 2008. About I
never saw that one.
Oh, so good. Stanley Tucci and Paul Bettany. Because these movies, because they have so many characters, they can just do these movies with amazing casts and the whole bit.
So a true ensemble.
A true ensemble. So the GameStop movie should be a sequel to Big Short or something. Big Short 2.
You know what
they gave Christian Bale that bowl haircut.
You know how the movie should start? A local radio show is trying to figure out what's going on with GameStop.
There you go.
And it's us trying to figure it out.
It's you explaining it to me.
Yes. as poorly as I can, and then they go to what's actually happening.
Are they still holding the line, by the way?
Doesn't look like it. I mean, I don't know what's really going on. Like, there's a lot of people that haven't sold, but it's dropped down to like $100 a share, where it was up at like $400 at one point.
So is this gonna like teach someone a lesson? Because if it's, I mean, right now it's GameStop, but
I mean, the hedge fund that lost 50% of their worth, they might get taught a little bit of a lesson.
Well, GameStop was just like their a scapegoat, I guess, because
that was the conduit for them to be doing.
Because it could be something else now.
Well, yeah, for about 24 hours, it was going to be silver on the commodities market. And then they were like, what about Blockbuster? Like, I better check my Blockbuster stock. It got Jon Stewart to get back on Twitter.
Yes, it did.
Or get on Twitter, I should say.
Yeah, he's never had Twitter before.
Jon Stewart never got on Twitter, and he finally got on to call BS. I guess when Robinhood shut down the Reddit investors, that's when it got a little too nerdy for me. Because the initial details of the story made for some great reading. But when you get into a bunch of nerds arguing at rich guys over what I'm like, I'm out. But it was fun for a couple days. And for whatever reason, you talk about being bored and isolated during a pandemic, got Jon Stewart on Twitter. Guy lives on a farm.
But he's got a new show, right? He's going to do an HBO Max show or something?
Probably.
Yeah.
Sounds about right. So he's trying to get himself back in the bloodstream, is what you're saying?
I think he's just took the time off that he wanted to take off, and he's ready to get going again.
Yeah.
He's fired up. He wants to do it. He's got a new invigoration.
He's I have a crush on him. Like, he's a good-looking older man.
Really? Jon Stewart?
Yeah.
Wow.
Like, he's like a real silver fox. Like, Anderson Cooper is like,
He's one of the guys that lady accused of making a space laser.
Yeah, right. Jeez. Jewish
Marjorie
space
something
laser.
Green.
Marjorie Taylor Thomas or whatever.
Taylor Green.
What's her? Wasn't she on Home Improvement back in the day? Yeah. You don't meet a lot of Marjories anymore. There's
Justin George.
Mademoiselle Simpson, but not a lot of Marjories. When was the last time you met a Marjorie?
I know one around. I know a couple, actually.
Do you really?
Yeah.
The J or a G?
You call her Marge?
Jays. I think they're both Jays.
Jays. Marjories.
I know an Aunt Margie.
Did you hear Margie?
You don't have that anymore, do you?
No.
Lunchtime at Mr. Zub's.
I have the good part. That's all I need.
Margie.
Aunt Margie. Poundcake's
I got a B.
sandwich shop. You did get a B. Yeah. Congratulations on that, by the way. You gotta...
Lunchtime at Mr. Zub's.
Maybe the Wall Street bets on Reddit should look at Mr. Zub's stock and inflate that to thousands of dollars a share.
I went back not that long ago, and it's jumping now. Like, they've moved that to a different location, like across the street. And
I don't even know where it used to be. That wasn't the one in Water Street Tavern?
Well,
they had one there.
Oh, they did.
But
okay.
then there's
the main one is in Highland
yeah.
Square,
Yeah.
and that one was like next to Square. So I remember I would go to the gay club and then go right across, like right next door, and then get a sub. Now it's like across the street from that, and it's like a whole bar. So it's jumping.
So you can get a foot long on either side of the street.
Yeah.
Lunchtime at Mr. Zub's.
Oh, he's coming back to life. We're giving him little comedy hugs.
All right. Let me take a break. 35192 if you want to text, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 W.
WMMS.
216-578-1007 to get in here live. 800-348-1007. 35192. To send me a text. People were blowing me up in the break over something that Poundcake said. I didn't catch it. I can't catch everything that he says, but people were like, Jesus Christ, did he just say that? So
what did I say?
Well, I'll play it for you. I went back, and you tell me if maybe you were thinking of... it was right before the break, our discussion of the whole... They're making competing movies about the GameStop Reddit thing. We were well...
GameStop was just like their... a scapegoat, I guess, because...
Well, that was the conduit. What did you say?
Is it scapegoat?
See, I give him the benefit of the doubt, but when people go, Jesus Christ, did he say a scapegoat? I go, I think he said a scapegoat. But then I listen to it and I go, man, he did say a scapegoat.
Yeah. So it's not like a goat. They just got out of the gate, right?
Oh, Poundcake, you son of a bitch. You are... Why would you ever be bummed out when you can say things like a scapegoat? Man, I'd be twinkle toesing all across the rooftops, man, if I had that in my arsenal.
You could.
You wouldn't find me bummed for a day. A scapegoat? It wouldn't even occur to me.
Try and Poundcake a word.
And the thing is, I don't know. That's the beauty of it. I don't know. Because that would require my brain to work in a different way than it does. My brain, for better or worse, is pretty linear. But man, a scapegoat. That's like when Al out in Carlton, PA, right, when he leaves the gate open.
Not a scapegoat.
GameStop was just like their a scapegoat, I guess, because
well, that was the yeah. He's gonna be the little scapegoat of the Alan Cox Show.
He has been for a while.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He's gonna escape onto bigger and better things.
There you go.
In Tulsa,
Oklahoma. Hey, Hitler's Toilet. Not a band that's gonna play. That's gonna play. Hey, Hitler. It's not a band that's at the Agora this fall. Hitler's Toilet is up for auction. And I was like, wouldn't you get busted for even having that? Who's auctioning off Hitler's Toilet? But it was some U.S. soldier who stole it when the Americans breached Hitler's eagle's nest in the waning days of World War II.
They stole it. How do you get that home?
Well,
I guess you're in boats.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, because like you weren't supposed to take things, were you? I mean, there were people that would end up with like... Well,
there's a whole episode of The Simpsons about that, where they stole a bunch of art from a Nazi after World War II.
Right.
And then they hid it away, and then...
Abe and Burns are the only two guys left.
Then they finally recover it, and after that, they go, actually, you got to give this back to the German family that you took it from.
Yeah. I'm due back in Stuttgart to see Kraftwerk. And he speeds off in his car. Mm-hmm. The toilet seat from Hitler's bathroom at his Bavarian retreat is going to go on the auction block. Guy in New Jersey is selling this.
Hitler had
a toilet? Looks like it.
What about a bidet?
I don't know that he had a bidet.
He was a vegetarian, right?
Allegedly.
But like, did he have like a luxury estate? Like, did he have houses all over?
Don't know anything about that.
Could you imagine?
I don't watch enough History Channel to know everything about Hitler. If you watch History Channel for about 72 hours, you'll learn everything you want to know about Hitler.
I have watched a couple of those, but like, I'm just curious because I don't know if that's a flex or not. You're like, oh yes, this estate used to be owned by Hitler. Come take a at the same time as history. But it's also Hitler.
This is why he should get his real estate license. Mm-hmm. Because there's something about him that could make Hitler's house sound appealing. Most people would just recoil in terror. They would just be disgusted.
I'm not supposed to tell you guys this, but this used to be Hitler's house.
Yeah, this was Casa Hitler.
Where you guys are standing, if I press this button, you just fall into a little trap door.
Yeah. Still works. The white wooden toilet that was in his...
Wooden?
You
It's
open
a
up the
wooden toilet?
Well, yeah. I mean,
Would the sink just stick on that?
I don't know if the lid is wooden or the whole thing. I imagine they just took the lid off. It's the lid.
Okay, so just the lid.
Two-piece wooden toilet seat. Not
All right.
not a whole
I
toilet.
didn't know if they were lugging a full like porcelain bowl around.
No, that would be great.
Got Hitler's toilet.
Yeah. You're sitting there with your paddle. Wouldn't you like to bid on Hitler's toilet? So they're saying it could fetch up to $15,000. The opening bid is $5,000. And, people buy these under the auspices of like, well, I like historical artifacts. And for some people that's true. But, it's against the law, as I understand it, in Germany to traffic in Nazi propaganda. Over here, there are plenty of people. They
you go to
they
any
adore
like
it.
antique mall.
Sure,
it's all over the
antique
place.
mall or a flea market.
I just can't imagine. Like, that's just gross. Because people want to see that. I would see that in a museum, but if someone had that in their house,
it's a toilet seat. It's not. I don't care whose toilet seat it is.
But I do.
There's not one toilet seat that I'd be like, now that's the toilet seat that's going to change my mind.
But you want it because
If
it
it was
belonged to Hitler.
If it was J-Lo's toilet seat, I would bid on that.
No, I wouldn't.
If it was Shailene Woodley's toilet seat.
That's weird. So random.
I'd get, she's foxy.
I'm sure she's pissed about the pipeline right now. So
she's lovely. Yeah, she's making her own toothpaste.
There's not one toilet seat that I'd be like, wow, they got to sit on that with their naked butt.
Not one?
Not one. I don't want a toilet seat as a... how do you decorate with that?
It's a conversation piece. You don't decorate with it.
We just talked about not having people over, so I'm not having any conversations.
But when they
I don't want anybody's toilet seat.
Fair enough. But when they finally do come over, they go, "The hell is that?" You go, "Hitler's toilet seat."
Hitler's toilet seat or J-Lo's toilet seat. And
Yes.
they go, "Why do you have that? That's weird."
Because it's self-evident, Bill. J-Lo took a dump on that.
I want the one that A-Rod was sitting on when he got...
They took a picture of him.
Yeah, I want that one.
Shailene Woodley, by the way, has allegedly been dating Aaron Rodgers for a while on the DL.
How old is she?
She's pushing 30. She's 29, I think. But he's like pushing 40. She's
gonna say
super
36,
She's super crunchy, though. She's like super granola. She like makes her own toothpaste and makes her own friggin' if she wears deodorant. I don't know. She's cute, though. She's a good actress. Cute.
I only know her from the one thing that she starred in, and that was Secret Life of American Teenager. That was it.
Well, she was in The Descendants with George Clooney, which was a great movie. She was in that, there was a franchise, a sci-fi thing she was in.
Oh,
Allegiant, or what were those? Divergent.
Divergent. Yep,
Divergent,
yep.
yeah, those were okay. I remember taking my older kids to those when they were out.
That was supposed to be like the...
New Hunger Games.
The
and it
Fault
wasn't.
in Our Stars, the cancer movie.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh.
My kids wanted all those movies. That one, and there's like the car crash one, and they're like, it's so sad. I'm like, they're so boring.
Well, I remember watching Fault in Our Stars with my daughter when I was still going to see them a lot, and we were in a hotel room, and she goes, "Can we watch Fault in Our Stars?" I was like, "Yeah, okay." But it's such a downer. But it's such a
downer.
But it's also it's a bullseye for like that weepy teen.
I just never understood the weepy teen thing.
I mean, we had them when we were younger too. I mean,
Yeah, but they weren't what I was watching. Like I never,
Right.
I never got that.
Well, they're
And,
chick
like,
movies.
They're chick movies, but it's also like this whole "it's cool to be sad" thing that's going on. That's been going on for a while, but it's just this whole, oh, I can never be happy. I'm so sad all the time. It's like, yeah, just manufacture some fake happiness and hide your sadness behind a facade.
Like the rest of us.
Works for me. But Bill, it makes you even sadder to manufacture false enthusiasm. Think about that. It just sends you further down the hole. That's why it's cool to be sad.
Then you manufacture some more.
When I was a kid, there was a movie called The Other Side of the Mountain that I think was a biography about this woman who falls. She's a skiing champ in the Olympics, and she ends up paralyzed. And then there's like this guy with her who's trying to take care of her. That was like the big weepy. I was still real young when that was out, but that had some legs for a while, if you pardon the pun.
I mean, it's I guess I get it because it's the perfect way for a teen romance to end, because the way they usually end is
death.
No, the way they usually end is you break up and you go, actually, that wasn't as good as I thought it was. But like that beginning of the teen romance is incredible. So if like you're dating someone and it's like you're a month in and you're both like 16 and you lose it to each other, it's so passionate and beautiful and wonderful. But then after a year, you're like, I want to see what else is out there.
Well, right.
But if your boyfriend dies,
right,
then no man will ever match up to him.
When there's a death,
he's a scapegoat.
When there's a death at the end, well, now I got to find it. When there's a death at the end of a teen movie,
GameStop was just like a scapegoat, I guess.
Yeah, they're a scapegoat.
I said, I guess.
What does that mean? I guess.
He was guessing what word to use.
No, when it lets you off the hook in those teen movies when the other person dies. Because, like you said, a year out, you're not arguing about the rent.
Nah.
You're not screaming at each other about coming home drunk. You never had to do, like, the stuff.
The everyday stuff.
Right.
Yeah, you had to go through something incredibly traumatic. I'm not going to downplay that, but you never had to do the maintenance of that makes a relationship work.
Those are also adult things, and teen movies are not. That's why it's a great time in your life. You have no obligations. It's just you and the people you're trying to have sex with,
right?
And school,
and then your worst
whatever.
enemy, your boyfriend's friends.
There you go.
Every girl just like, you're gonna hang out with your friends.
They're such douchebags. They're always so mean to me when I come around.
It's because they don't like you.
God, we started watching Big Mouth again last night. We started watching over Christmas, and then there's just so many friggin' shows that I forget about.
I got my mom on that show.
It is so fun, and I resisted it for so long because I don't like Nick Kroll, just in general. I don't know why, but I resisted it for so long. People are like, "It's so funny, you got to watch it," and I'm like, I don't know. But goddamn, is that a funny show?
Funny story.
Cartoon on Netflix for people who are unfamiliar with John Mulaney. There's a ton of amazing comic voices in this thing. Yeah. Maya Rudolph, and
I was getting lettuce while I was watching Big Mouth one time.
Ironic.
And I guess there was a part in there where the girls discovered, they're like, wait a minute, girls can have orgasms too? And the guy's head just like blows up. And the guy that was giving me lettuce was laughing and choking at the same time.
Laughing and choking at the same time. Oh,
so I have.
You sound like Goofy.
I have great memories of that show.
Goofy. Yeah. So anyway, Hitler's toilet seat is Hitler's toilet seat.
You really want to buy someone's toilet seat? You'd buy a celebrity toilet seat.
It's a gross thing to have, but for the purposes of making light of it, if somebody were like, "Hey, do you want to bid on Salma Hayek's toilet seat?" I would say, "Muy caliente." Yes. C.
It's not the part of her I'm in. I mean, I like her,
but it's the closest I'm going to get. It's not like they're like, "Hey, you want to, we want to buy one of Salma Hayek's bras." I'm like, no.
But it's also, it's going to be cleaned. It's not going to have any remnants of her.
I will request that it not be.
But it's not like she's the only one that uses it either. Other people have used it.
I don't know that she doesn't have her own. When women are rich and they're all into their thing, I guarantee you she has her own loo. Guarantee you. You don't think Salma Hayek's using the community toilet? No. She's married to a French billionaire. They have
but he's
15 bathrooms.
using the same one as her.
I bet
she's married to a French billionaire?
Oh, yeah. No, they're
Why act then? Ugh.
Her wee is going right into that one. Why act? Because that's what she does.
Just be the first lady of whatever.
Well, he's a rich guy. I mean, she still wants to be an actress.
I know. I guess
she got some new movie on Netflix dropping with Owen Wilson called Bliss.
Wow.
That looks interesting. One of these like, I took a substance and now I don't know what's real. But it looks kind of cool.
We are all out of ideas.
All out of ideas. So Hitler's toilet is going to be auctioned at an auction house in Maryland. And this has got to be done in the DL, where like your sergeant will go, grab what you can, boys, and we'll make sure it gets back, screw these krauts, or whatever they say,
How do they authenticate it?
Don't know.
The authenticality of it?
What's the authenticality of Hitler's toilet seat?
I'm telling you, there's probably just something secret in there. Like, it's not even... There's probably a secret compartment.
Like it's a Da Vinci Code. It's got a map in it or something.
Like you press like the side of it or something, and something
National
pops
treasure.
out. Something pops out. And
Yeah.
then, there's like a key.
There you go.
And the key is in the tree. And then,
the Da Vinci Code. Mm-hmm. It's the Third Reich.
The Da Vinci Commode.
Third Reich.
Third Reich.
That's a good.
So this one, this GI World War II arranged to have the toilet shipped back to the U.S., where it's been on display in the basement of his family's New Jersey home and is now being sold by his son. Now, that's the creepy part, because they were all proud that they had Hitler's toilet.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, check this out.
Again, and that's also, there's so many levels to this that are weird to me. Would you rather have Hitler's toilet or Bin Laden's pornography?
Always pornography.
Bin Laden.
I'd rather have been. Oh yeah, they found him like with his hand up his burqa or whatever when SEAL Team 6 busted in. Yeah, I would rather have Bin Laden's pornography.
I would feel weird.
Why?
I don't know.
It's just porn.
It's
porn doesn't know where it came from.
But you know that he watched it. You know it's his.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want any used pornography, to be honest.
That is the definition of blue balls. The SEALs break in as you're trying to pop one off.
Just a minute.
Yeah, just 1 second. But I finished.
But I finished. That's the important part. Put your hands up. I kind of can't right now. Oh, no. Oh. So anyway, the auction ends in a week. As of yesterday afternoon, by the way, there were no bids. Not one person yet has bid.
Yeah, no one's going to buy it.
Nobody's going to buy Hitler's toilet seat.
I don't think so.
Really?
I don't think so.
You're wrong. People buy all types of stupid crap.
But they might not. I mean, if this thing's been online and not one person, I mean, the starting bid's $5,000.
$5,000 for Hitler's toilet is ridiculous. And then also, you don't know if it's authentic. And also, what are you going to do with it? You can't tell anybody you paid $5,000 for that.
They immediately will think you're, a proud boy. So
and those guys are all tied up in legal fees. So they don't got the money.
They sure are. What do you think would be an appropriate starting bid for Hitler's toilet seat?
$9.
I mean, close enough. Yeah.
$9.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to take you off the forward list. I'm going to take you off the email chain here, Bill.
I don't need updates on that.
Hitler's toilet seat.
I don't need that as my item to watch.
Certificate of authenticity. Wow, that was...
And you thought authenticality was bad.
I hope you didn't pull a muscle on that one. Poundcake, Alan, you never asked Poundcake if he knows the correct phrase. You did. You said you knew the correct thing.
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
No.
You said it to us after I played the clip.
Scapegoat.
Yes, scapegoat.
Oh, so that's correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he knows it.
Okay. But see, I say it and then I backtrack so long, I don't remember if...
There's no confidence behind it
No
whatsoever.
confidence because I'll say it and then you guys will continue to laugh about what I previously said. So I don't know.
Well, it got past me completely. The customers had to tell me about it.
Scapegoat, yes. I've heard scapegoat and I guess I thought a scapegoat was the correct one because I don't have no confidence. GameStop was just like a scapegoat, I guess, because...
I love it. I love it. Bill would get HIV from Scarlett Johansson, but not bid on her toilet seat?
No, but I'm getting...
He's having sex with her.
having sex with her.
That's
different, a better
yes.
situation
yes.
than just having her toilet seat. Her toilet seat gives me nothing.
Pick a random person, not even a celebrity. Pick a random person. Would you rather have sex with her or buy her toilet seat?
Yeah.
Sex will always be the answer. Among any red-blooded American male.
She just has HIV. Doesn't mean I'm getting it.
That is true.
And somebody messaged me like, Bill, you were right about the transmission, and then if you take the PrEP, then you're going to be just fine. And so get her on PrEP, I'll be on PrEP, and then we can just bang it out.
So preppy.
Mm-hmm.
The sergeant said, grab what you can, and the private thought he said, grab the can. Yeah, that's possible, too. All right, let me break here. Next chance for you to grab some money is coming up around 4:30, and then we'll do it at 5:30 and 6:30. Buck ton of cash, each one of those keywords that I will have for you. If you want to text here in the break, 35192. You can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
From the Universal Windows Direct.
866-578-1007 or 800-348-1007 to join us. 35192. Send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. If you want to watch, you can do it there. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You can leave us a message there anytime you like. 216-986-8903 is that one. Boy, at least Marilyn Manson had a career, made some money. This Morgan Wallen can't stop stepping on his D. This dude that he got postponed. This guy's supposed to be like the next big thing in country music.
He was supposed to be on SNL, right?
Yeah,
he got to be on.
He finally got to be on. He's some hill rat with a mullet. But I guess he's like selling records or whatever. He's doing okay, but he was supposed to be the musical guest on SNL a couple of months back. They just came back for 2021. He's supposed to be on the tail end of last season. But he got caught partying and breaking COVID protocol. So this guy is on his... Now, again, I don't know that SNL is the star maker it used to be. He was already kind of a big deal. I'd never heard of him before. I had to ask Mary. She knew who he was. That's more her beat than mine.
He was actually on that country jam that we were performing on.
Oh, was he really?
Yeah.
That was a few years ago.
Yeah, that was a few years ago before he was like such a big deal, but that was on his rise.
Right. Mm-hmm. Well, anyway, so he gets postponed on Saturday Night Live, and he has to do this "gee, I'm sorry" thing, And now a neighbor from across the street records him and his boys coming home drunk. See, we've talked about this before because we now live in a surveillance state, but it's voluntary surveillance where everybody has a Ring camera doorbell, everybody has a motion sensor light, there's cameras and everything. So it's just the neighbor across the street. It's 2 a.m. or something, and he hears this commotion. The video's on TMZ. I'm not going to play it because it's full of expletives, and he drops the N-word.
Oh, geez. There he goes.
So Morgan Wallen is now like...
Hard R? No.
Yeah, I think so.
Hard R?
I think. I don't... So the neighbor across the street hears all this noise at like 3 a.m. on a Tuesday night or something, and so... His Ring doorbell camera is recording, and it's Morgan Wallen and a couple of his boys coming back from the bar or something.
Is this his house? Are you going back to Morgan Wallen's house?
Yeah, it looks like just like a brick apartment or something.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I was like, what neighborhood is he living in where he's just walking down the street casually?
I mean, it's just like a regular... I mean, it's a big house, but it's not in like...
A gated community,
as you always
that's
would
what I'm
assume.
You don't want neighbors. This is the whole reason why rich people like to be among
but he's
rich
not.
celebrities.
He's not at that point yet. He's selling a lot of records, but that's not what that's not as
Especially
important as it
touring,
used to
too,
be.
yeah.
He's not touring.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
So he got dropped by 400 radio stations. Oh, this company isn't playing him, so they're not playing Morgan Wallen over on GAR. One of the other big radio companies dropped his music. Effective immediately. His record label suspended him indefinitely, they said. So it's like because you were coming home drunk, and again...
But here's the thing. I'm drunk. I get drunk. I don't use the N-word.
Right.
It's not a word I use.
Right.
This is a word that he uses.
That aside, you're right.
Yeah.
I always cringe when I hear that. It's just a gross word, right? So if you say it drunk, you're going to say it sober.
And he was with his boys, so he felt hella comfortable.
And he's in Nashville. Yeah, whatever, right? I'm just saying, like, you are always being filmed now.
And he knows that more than anybody because the reason he is even in the national eye is because he got filmed partying before he was supposed to do SNL. Like, he should know better.
So, first off, listen, is this going to work against you with the country music crowd? Doubt it.
But Nas X might have something to say about it.
These companies have to... Well, I was listening to Darius Rucker on a podcast, the guy who fronted Hootie and the Blowfish for a long time. And then he decided, because he's like, I grew up listening to all kinds of different music in South Carolina. My family listened to R&B. I liked rock and roll. When I went solo, I decided that I wanted to be a country artist. I always loved country. I always loved, the music, whatever. And he would go around when he was still on the come up, because even though everybody just thought he was Hootie, he had to still go out. He came here a few years ago to do a thing with GAR where you got to do like a meet and greet and play a couple of songs because you're completely changing your sound. So you're not Hootie anymore. You're Darius Rucker, the country act. And you could count on one hand the high-profile black artists that have been in country music. Yeah, Charlie Pride, some other guys, right?
Yeah.
Charlie Pride died not long ago, and he blazed a lot of trails for them. But
You got to sing about different things. You got to sing about like farms and stuff. So you change. I only want to be with yous.
I only want to be with a you. It's just me and a scapegoat. But Darius Rucker was talking about how he would sit down with program directors at country radio stations, and they go, man, these songs are great. Our audience will never tolerate it. And he said now a lot of them were wrong because his songs are huge. He's like, so, you always want to be the second guy to say yes to something like that. He goes, because a lot of people are just not ready to say yes, whatever. And Darius Rucker's really good at what he does. He's got a great voice.
Knows music.
Yeah, a very versatile guy.
But they essentially told him just because he was black.
Because you're black, this audience. Now, again, largely they were wrong about that. But, so, again, dropping an N-bomb, I think it's gross, but you were still being filmed coming home to your house by a neighbor across the street. And everything gets blown up because of that. So there's a part of that makes me very uncomfortable, too. This person,
I'm still hung up on the house itself. Like, there's no sidewalks over here. Like, he's not even parked in the driveway. Like, he's pulled over in the grass. Like
I guess I didn't see that much of the house. I saw a car in the driveway. Next morning, he was leaving with some chick.
Yeah,
I think,
it shows him in the morning coming out, like walking down. Is it his house or is it somebody else's house? And he was just staying there for the night.
I don't know.
But yeah, he's just like pulled over in the grass, got his truck there.
Because here's how this has to lay out. If he does live there, then the neighbor across the street knows who he is, which means you get a piece of tape like that and you send it to TMZ to F with the guy. If he's across the street and doesn't know who the guy is, why would he send? You're going to find out. Mm-hmm. And then you're going to send that tape. That's gross too. I'm not a fan of that whole thing. Sending the tape to TMZ.
Yeah, I mean...
But again, this guy can't stop tripping over his joint.
But if it's...
SNL screwed him.
It might be one of those things, too, where they come home drunk regularly and, like, wake up the neighbors and they go, oh, yeah, I'm sick of this. Let's make Morgan Wallen move out of the neighborhood.
Yeah. Morgan Wallen looks like Roger from the Nick Show, Doug. All right. He sounds like Larry the Cable Guy. Well, yeah, I mean, he's like a good old boy. I don't know where he's from, but he's a young guy, so he would ostensibly have a whole long career ahead of him. And to just keep tripping yourself up. Because this guy is like a big selling artist right now in country music.
He's one of the top guys.
One of the top guys. And you want to get to that point where people outside of country music know who you are. I'd never heard of him. I had to Google the guy when the SNL thing broke, and Mary told me about him, and that was when I found out. I was like, wow. I mean, for somebody to be that popular, and I hadn't heard of him. I mean, I work in this business. You know, usually I'll hear names floating around even if I'm not a fan of the music, but I'd never heard of him.
His videos got like the one 2 years ago has 103 million views.
So that's what I'm saying. This is one of these things where like this company and his record company, like I guess they think they have to do something. But is that audience going to flip out? Hell no.
No, but if he's not on the radio, like that's still what made him a star. Radio's still very powerful.
Well, yeah, of course.
And so if they're not playing his songs on a regular basis, it will absolutely impact his distribution and people just having awareness of him.
Right, but also this is one of these stories that once it gets disseminated, and it is, country radio stations are going to have people calling to complain that they're not playing his songs.
And they just don't want to deal with it.
What? Just because he dropped it, it's free country. Whatever,
Freedom of speech. What about freedom of speech?
Yeah. But again, they have a point. This guy was going home, up to his house.
What do you always say, though?
And somebody across the street filmed him. The whole thing I don't like. What?
But freedom of speech is not
Freedom from speech.
It's not the government that's punishing him.
Well, no, I didn't. But I didn't say this was a
No.
First Amendment thing.
I know, but
I'm saying
but
it's
they're
still,
going to.
It's part. No, that's silly. That's people don't know history or the Constitution.
I know,
or anything.
but I'm just laying it out there because
Yeah.
there's going to be someone's like, what about freedom of speech? You're trying to cancel him just because of what he said? That's not covered by the First Amendment.
Right. Yes. It's what the market will allow is what we're talking about. And so it's better to get out ahead of it than anything else.
He just released an album too.
Yeah, he did. And he's on Big Loud Records, which is an influential label. And so they've suspended his recording contract indefinitely, which probably means he owes them more albums. And they're like,
and owes them money then.
We don't know. Yeah, if they advanced him and
Now, if they really had balls and they really believe what they're doing, they take his stuff off the shelves, they take it off all the streaming platforms, and really stick it to him. Take that Spotify money away.
This guy has been earning a tenth of a dime a week
Hey,
on
it
the
adds up,
streaming
man.
services. But it adds up. You're right.
When you got 12 million monthly listeners like him,
adds up.
It adds up.
But you know what I mean? Like, this is different than they got him on tape talking to somebody and dropping the N-word and whatever. This guy's coming back drunk and it's all still gross.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that,
I don't know.
This notion that a neighbor can blow up your career, like that on its face, I don't like.
Yeah, that's why I'm a good neighbor. I'm a nice neighbor because I don't want anybody filming me or
Just stay out of the way. Just stay out of the way.
I live across the hall from a Steelers fan. I want to scream horrible things at him. But I don't.
How do you know he's a Steeler fan?
Because we've talked about it.
Oh.
I've seen him in the elevator wearing his Steelers merchandise.
Now, who starts that? You start it because he doesn't know anything about you.
Right.
You start the conversation.
Yeah.
You could have kept it to yourself.
What?
You go,
that he's a Steelers
Steeler.
fan?
Yeah.
I mean, we're just having friendly conversation, but I'm nice to him about it.
You
I'm
talk
not-
to people in the elevator.
Yeah, a little bit. Not all the time. Usually it's because they start talking about the dog. So they'll talk about the dog. And
Oh,
then
you're
like,
going to
I'll
walk
see
the
he's
dog.
wearing Steeler stuff, and I go, we got you this week. And, just kind of friendly banter. And then, so it's nice. And he's a Cast fan, too, so we talk about that. So overall, an okay guy, but he is a Steelers fan, and believe me, I want to scream horrible things at him, but I don't because I'm not dumb.
Now, when the Browns beat Pittsburgh, did you walk across the hallway and pee under his door?
No, I pooped on it and smeared it all over and said, here's the Browns.
There you go.
This is the Browns
Made
doing
it look like the inside of the Capitol building.
But he actually has a Ring doorbell in our condo building, like where he could film me.
He doesn't want someone stealing his packages.
Well, they drop him off at the front desk.
I was going to say.
Yeah.
He
Well, what
lives
do you
in
need it for then?
I don't know.
This is what I'm saying.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I am very aware of it, so I don't hurl expletives outside of my condo.
What you do is
Or
you
even in my condo. I don't
just-
use that word anyway, so it's not going to happen.
You just put your thumb over the lens. It's real simple. You put a post-it
Still got
over.
audio. Still got audio.
Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. That's why people are voluntarily opting into the surveillance culture is because these things are cheap. They're easy to install.
How much do you think they got?
And everybody thinks they're like, well, somebody might be coming to get somebody might be going to breach the 9th floor of our building.
I mean, yeah, I understand a house. An apartment, that's a little...
Right, especially when we have cameras all
in the
over the
home.
building.
Right.
Yeah, like there's cameras everywhere.
I think he wants to be a peeping
Well, it
Tom.
might have listen, it might have been given to him as a gift, and he's
Yeah.
like, I want to put this thing up. But
I think what it is it's just he's like a real outdoorsy guy, and then it also gives you the option to get in with like a code and stuff like that.
the hell does outdoorsy have to do with it?
Well, sometimes you don't want to take your key with you if you're out riding your bike or something. So then he can come in and not have to use a code. Or not have to use a key, he just has a code in there.
For his Ring doorbell?
Or something like that. I don't know. I'm just speculating. I don't really know.
But he still needs a card to get into your building.
Good point.
That's what I thought you were
It's
talking
one less
about.
thing, though.
Yeah, okay. Alan, a tenth of a dime. Do you mean a penny? Well, listen, I'm
not the only one getting caught out this show.
Yeah, you're right. Yep. Listen, I will always get... Poundcake gets caught out for verbal. I get called out for math. It's like the SATs. As it should
We
be.
still have dimes on the mind from last week when we were talking about seeing dimes for dead people.
Yes.
The after hours line is just like my worst enemy because I think I'm out of the woods. Like they didn't catch me on the show, and I don't know it too. Like after I say it, I'm like, okay, I'm in the clear. And then the very next day, the very next show, you're like, so I got to call an after hours line. I'm like, damn it, I know it's about to be about me. And then of course they always get me. They're like,
yes, I always get from people.
They're listening to the podcast.
I can't pick up every single thing that goes down. I mean,
but I always think I'm in the clear, and I'm never in the clear. GameStop was just like a scapegoat, I guess.
Alan, that neighbor didn't blow up his career. His racist actions did. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Listen, agreed, it's gross. But it still had to be somebody taking that footage and sending it to TMZ.
How much do you think they got?
They could have sat on it.
Yeah. They could have sold it to him probably for more. That's where you start the bidding war. You don't go straight to TMZ. You contact TMZ and you contact Morgan Wallen and you say, well, I was going to sell it to TMZ and they offered me $5,000. What you got, Morgan?
Yes, exactly. You wait until he comes out the next day when he's all sobered up, and you go, hey, man, so last night, blah, blah, blah. Hey, Jake.
Hey, hi, good afternoon. Alan, good to talk to you. So we have a couple things in common. I'm an arrogant, bombastic bastard just like you are, but I'm also a terrible gift giver.
Yep.
And you were talking about that yesterday with the whole harmonica gate. But I've got to give you credit.
Honer gate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I got to give you credit because I got an idea from you, I think it was a couple years ago, where this woman I'm seeing, she's really into the Minneapolis music scene, like Replacements, Husker Du.
Sure.
Hitler's Toilet, Soul Asylum, and but I got an idea from you. I think you said you got like an Iggy Pop mat from a ticket stub, and I got a Soul Asylum ticket stub turned into a mat, and I gave it as a gift, and I got that idea from you because I think you talked about it on air, and I got to give you props for that because I got huge gift-giving props for that.
Yeah, I think it's. I don't recall talking about it on the air. I remember posting an Instagram picture of it on the anniversary of the show. It was like a 2003 show.
I think that's what caused the conversation on the air.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
And yeah, there's I don't remember the name of the company, but yeah, I'm sure there are multiple ones that will do it where you send them a scan of a ticket and they'll make like a welcome mat or a kitchen mat out of it. And I saw Iggy Pop when he reunited with the Stooges in New York many, many years ago. And so I just had that made for the kitchen. But yeah, I think that's a good, I think it's a good idea.
It's a great present.
Yeah, it was an absolute home run. So I thank you for that idea because I never would have come up with it otherwise. I would have given her like, I don't know, a bird feeder or something.
Honey, I know how much bad at gifts. I know how much you're an amateur ornithologist. I know how much you love birds, honey. Okay, good. Thanks, Jake. All right, there you go.
That is a good group of musicians, though. Like I like that scene that came out around then. The Replacements and Husker Du and all that. That sounds good.
Hey, Scott.
Hey, what's going on, Alan and friend?
What's going on, man? How are you?
Oh, good. Bill was just talking about having to deal with his Steelers neighbor. And I got to tell you, I was just off for my birthday on Saturday at Sub McGuire's. Ding. And my wife had gotten me for my birthday face masks, COVID masks, that are actually ball sacks.
Oh, God, Charlie had one.
Charlie has one of those, yeah.
Charlie took a photo of himself in one of those, and it was so disgustingly graphic and,
I know.
Anatomically correct.
That was next to us. And they were sitting there. There was 2 Browns fan, a Steelers fan, and a Chiefs fan. 4 guys sitting together. I'm like, oh, man, how do you deal with this Steelers fan sitting right here? And they're like, huh? I went ahead. I lifted my chin up. I jiggled my sack. And I was like, yep, you must be used to a lot of this, sir.
So
with your buddies.
So is it rubber or it's just a photo that looks like it?
It's just a photo. It's like a regular printed cloth face mask, and it just happens to look like a very detailed sack.
It's very terrible. It's terrible. One of them, yeah, there's...
I had an added bonus to it. I actually found a SpongeBob lapel that says FU across it with a little rainbow, and that sits up in the corner, and I wear that to my VA appointments, to my customers out in public, and I just love it.
Wow, Scott, you got some very aggressive face wear going on there.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Alan. Coming from you, that's a compliment.
Okay, well, there you go. All right, thank you, Scott. Yeah, it was a couple of weeks back. Chocolate Charlie had one of those masks, and he posted a photo. I was like, oh, my God, that's disgusting. Because some of them...
Big D shrimp?
Some of them are just like a close-up of the sack,
Yeah.
So it's like a topographical map of Mars or something.
Yeah, it's like the
but then
Arrested
the other
Development episode where they're like, they got satellite photos of houses in Iran or in Iraq. And like, no, that's balls. That's just balls.
But then some other ones have like, they look like truck nuts. And so again, I mean, it's funny. It's certainly nothing I would ever wear because I think that's rude.
Even just Poundcake wearing he was wearing the mask that you got us for Christmas the other day. And that throws me off.
With my face.
Yeah.
I wore that at my morning job, and everyone it was kind of off-putting because they didn't expect it. I'm like, what?
Of course.
And they're like, oh, Alan Cox. You know,
he was doing whiteface.
I don't realize how much clout we actually have because we had a new hire or a potential hire at my morning job, and he was just there like maybe half an hour, and he didn't even really see me. I was sitting at my desk, and he was going into one of our conference rooms to be interviewed. And by the time he came out, one of our sales guys was over there. He's like, you know what? You just got it. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, he recognized you. He was like, that can't be the Poundcake. And the guy told him, yeah, it was. And he like flipped out. But I was like, I had my mask on. So I don't understand how he saw me just in that little bit of time.
I don't know. Alan Bill is describing extortion, and that's felony. Yeah, but that happens all the time, I'm sure, where you go across the street to a guy and you go, hey, listen, we
thought
could probably
it's a free market.
We could probably figure
It's a free
something out
market.
here.
You got something that people want, and you go, all right, I can sell this to TMZ. It's his property.
But it's under duress, too, I think, is the
all right, well,
part
I don't know. I don't have Ring camera, so it's fine.
Okay, I got a break. If you want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007, and you can text here 35192. Holly Boob. That crazy, crazy, crazy Holly Boob. Did you see the Holly Boob sign?
I did.
Oh, I love this.
I like it.
I did.
like
I thought it
boobs.
was a troll at first. I mean, it is a troll, but I thought it was fake.
No, it's real.
I did too, because I thought I saw it on The Onion.
Because I thought that is like a big deal. Like
I think
that,
the Onion's just putting real news out now. They're like, there's no point in writing anything.
We can't compete with what's actually going on. 6 people are in custody out in Los Angeles after making unauthorized changes to the Hollywood sign. I like that. That's the charge. Sir, you made unauthorized changes to the Hollywood sign, where for a brief period of time they covered up the W with a giant B, and they made the D in wood look like a B as well. So Holly Boob was all people saw they weren't permanent, obviously, and park rangers quickly restored the sign to its normal status.
What was the end game? Were these people trying to go viral?
Sure, and they did.
Yes,
it's
but
funny. Holly Boob is hilarious.
Now you have a felony. Because, I mean, that's like a beloved Hollywood.
Is it a felony?
I'm sure, because it's
making unauthorized changes to the Hollywood sign.
It's a historical landmark. It's beloved. I mean, it would be like, I guess not as bad as like the White House or something, but
I like when the one of the captains of the LAPD tweeted out, "This was way uncool."
Way.
Not to mention the terrain is quite steep and dangerous. Yeah, that's why it took 6 of them. The sign is protected with gates and sensors, so they got through that. And every few years, somebody will get up there and do something with it. In 1987, when the Pope was in L.A., they changed it to say Holywood. And in 2017, they made it say Holy Weed.
That's pretty cool.
But listen, say it with me. Holly Boob is the best of those 3. Better than Holywood or Hollyweed?
Holywood is actually kind of funny if you know everything that's been going on with
Holywood. It's
with the Catholic Church.
Yeah,
Like,
it's gross.
hey there, youngin', would you like some Holywood?
Uh-huh. Well, anyway, so those guys got busted for Holly Boob, and congratulations to them.
B-double-O-B.
Yeah. Alan Cox Show After Hours line, you can always drop us a message there if you like. It is 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan, it's Phil. I was just listening to the podcast from Monday. You were talking about some of the QAnon people, how you don't believe that there are really people that believe they're eating babies and drinking the blood of children, blah, blah, blah. And I would not have thought different. However, I listened to Fitzdog's podcast today, and he had Jim Brewer on, who is not full-blown QAnon, but he believes enough things to where it kind of made me step back. And if someone as, I believe, as smart as Jim Brewer is sipping the Kool-Aid, I would have to assume that there are other people out there that are just chugging it, and they do believe that Anderson Cooper drinks whatever of children. That's all I got, man. Later.
Our friend Greg Fitzsimmons has done a long-time podcast called Fitzdog Radio. And I like Greg Fitzsimmons because I am one of his favorite radio hosts. That's why I like him. He said
people like that too.
I'm one of his 2 favorite radio hosts in the United States. So anytime Greg Fitzsimmons is on the show, it makes me very happy. Obviously, he's a fantastic comedian. And he had Jim. Did you hear this? He had Jim Brewer on?
I didn't know that Jim Brewer had gone this way.
See, here's the common thread. I'll play the clip here, but the common thread is, because I'm also going to play you a clip of another one of these women who came out the other side and is like, I have no idea why I believed all this nonsense. But the common threads are that it was a perfect storm of the pandemic, a government that did nothing. Trump couldn't have cared less about doing anything to mitigate it. And so everybody gets locked down. They're at home. They're isolated. They're losing their jobs, right?
Losing money, yeah.
And people are going nuts. So I don't know what makes one person more prone or susceptible to these things than others, because there are easily more people in the exact same boat, but did not go down a conspiracy theory hole. Did not end up thinking that Anderson Cooper is drinking baby blood at the end of it. But here's Jim Brewer with Greg Fitzsimmons.
Wait, so did you buy into the QAnon thing for a little bit?
For a little while, I did, yeah.
You did?
Oh, yeah, we're not down.
Oh, wait, so...
It made a lot of sense. I am Mr. 100% anti-government, anti-politics.
Right.
I don't believe for one moment we vote. I think it's all a hoax. I believe it's no different than professional wrestling on a whole new level.
That it's the same people running the show and they're just putting some puppets out there to keep us entertained.
There's nothing you can convince me that says that's not it.
I think Jim Brewer is a really funny guy, too. I like having Jim Brewer on the show. That surprises me. But again, here's a guy off the road, not touring anymore.
Mm-hmm.
He's in the house with his wife and his kids. Again, listen, you could make a case for saying, well, we got two parties. They're not that different. You were able to make that case for a long time because there really was very little daylight between the two main political parties.
That kind of used to be the joke. I mean, even
yes.
Like Futurama around the year 2000, they had an episode about the election. It was like John Johnson versus Jim Jimson or something like that. And they were clones of each other.
Yes.
And they just said, I believe the exact same things as him, except a little bit different. Like it was that.
It was a running joke.
Yeah.
The Simpsons did it too. Mm-hmm. Don't blame me. I voted for Kodos.
Right. And even just like the policies that got Clinton elected, it was going, and now it's like biting him in the ass, but he was, law and order, and we gotta make sure everybody's safe. And it was all like this anti-crime stuff that got people fired up. And they were just both touting that same thing because it was what got people to vote for him.
In 2021, however, it's much, much harder to make that claim.
Right.
There are miles of difference as one party gives itself over to conspiracy nutters and the other ones seem genuinely concerned with trying to dig everybody out. But it's weird. I'm curious what separates the people who are not susceptible to those things from the people who we're like, well,
if you go in with an attitude like Jim Brewer has, where you say, I don't believe we've ever been in control, where voting doesn't matter, and you don't do any research on it to understand how votes can be manipulated through things like gerrymandering and, voter suppression, then yeah, you're going to be like, they're just putting people in place. But if you actually pay attention, then you can actually figure some stuff out.
I would think that the election of Trump to the presidency would have knocked that entire notion that everybody... It shows you. If they were getting puppets, it would have been Hillary. They would have installed her in the White House.
Right.
The fact that he was elected president should disavow anybody of the notion that it's all preordained and that it's whatever. But another one of these women, this was a mom in South Carolina who sat down with one of the cable news channels, and she's coming out the other side, and she's like, I don't know how it happened. Because the sad thing is that these people stop paying attention to their kids.
Yeah.
And they're isolated. You're already isolated.
But then you become isolated in your own home.
In your own home.
From your own family, where...
And I know people need time to themselves. I get it.
Yeah. Well, you time.
Oop, hold on.
They said that Trump opened back up Guantanamo Bay, and then the military would run...
Which, by the way, Guantanamo Bay never closed. Trump signed an executive order the day after he got inaugurated to keep it open. That's the thing, is there's so many verifiably checkable things. I didn't even know that was part of the whole lore. He's going to reopen Guantanamo Bay and put the Democrats. It never closed. We still got 50 or 60 guys down there in prison in Guantanamo. Anyway.
And also, what's the obsession with Guantanamo Bay being open versus another
Because it's in Cuba.
Prison? Yeah.
It's off-site.
Oh, okay.
We don't know what's going on. Nevertheless...
we know what's going on in any prison.
Right. Well, but also, it's entirely staffed by U.S. military. Pick which road you want to go down. You either trust those guys or you don't.
Who's there?
They said that Trump opened back up Guantanamo.
A lot of 9/11. The problem with Guantanamo is that they put a lot of 9/11 guys in there without any due process. After 2001, things got really hazy. But this notion that he's going to reopen it, it's been open the whole time. As far as I know, he signed an executive order right after he became president. Like, we're going to keep it open a little bit longer because I might want to throw some more people in there. I mean, that's your prerogative, but it never closed.
They said that Trump opened back up Guantanamo Bay, and then the military would run the country, put us in martial law because the left would come too unhinged and they'd be a danger to us. And then Trump would come back when the government was rebuilt. I know,
like he's
crazy.
Jesus.
What?
Like he's Jesus. Like it's the second coming.
Well, they absolutely revere him as a religious figure.
But that
evangelicals bent over for him. And
what she's describing is literally like the Book of Revelations in the Bible, where the world.
Well, yeah, all this stuff is religious in nature. I mean,
Trump will come back.
It doesn't have any bearing in the real world, so it has to appeal to people who are already fully on board with a lot of other crap you can't prove.
And then Trump would come back when the government was rebuilt. I know it sounds crazy.
How do you feel now, knowing that you believed all this stuff?
It's weird. I think I spent a lot of time this year isolated from everybody. I've just been home a lot. I've lost my job last April in 2020, and I was super depressed. And I think, in a way, I probably lost touch with a little bit of reality and almost that common sense. And so I'm not so much embarrassed for what I believed, but I feel foolish.
What's the difference, by the way, between feeling foolish and being embarrassed? Or is that just a semantic choice of words?
Sometimes I feel foolish, but I'm not embarrassed about what I've done.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. You're not embarrassed. Like, I feel like embarrassment is more shame-based, but sometimes, you say something dumb, and well, that was foolish.
I'm Jack Johnson, and I think your 3% titanium tax goes too far. I'm John Jackson, and I think your 3% titanium tax doesn't go far enough. That's the Futurama line, I assume.
Doesn't go too far enough.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
It's funny, though. But yeah, so I don't know. It's just very, very strange. So Jim Brewer was on board for a little while because Greg Fitzsimmons is like, wait, you bought like the blood baby stuff? He goes, no, not that. He goes, but all the other, your government's out to get you and all that. And it's like, government was never the problem. Bad government is the problem, and we've just had 4 years of it. That's why guys like Ted Cruz and Josh Hawley, they know they can't get elected unless people are terrified all the time. That's why they didn't, if you saw not one Republican trending on social media, it's because not one Republican voted for the COVID package. Not one. After all the concessions.
America first.
Well, it's not that they're concerned about, obviously they always get concerned about the deficit when there's a Democrat president.
The Manchin guy said he's not going to vote on it either.
He did.
Oh,
he voted yes. He's like, we need to help. Pat Toomey from Pennsylvania sat out. But Joe Manchin, who they were worried about, he voted for it. He goes, we need to get stuff to people right now. Because the reason these guys Republicans aren't voting for it isn't because they're worried about the debt. They're worried it'll work.
Yeah, because then it's like, could have been helping people this whole time.
Well, they don't care about that, but they know that.
But they know, and
it's
then
been
the Democrats get the.
It's been 40 years of this Ronald Reagan anti-government hokum and flim-flam that they've been selling people, and that'll be revealed as complete nonsense.
It already has been. Reaganomics, they did a study. It didn't work.
Well, that's one thing. Listen, economies do much better under Democrat presidents. They just do. By every metric. The numbers don't lie. Whether it's a job creation or the stock market and so I don't know when people are running for that party why they don't hammer that at every campaign stop they make.
It's probably complicated to explain to people.
It's not. That's why. It's not complicated. People love visual aids, right? That's the best kind of aids, as I understand, right? It's
that chocolate aids that they had in the 80s was pretty good.
Oh, those diet candies?
Yeah.
Man, my mom had them, and I ate them. Because we didn't have candy in the house, and that was the closest thing to them. And boy, she was peeved. She had a bee in her bonnet when I found out she ate all those. She goes, why are you losing all that weight? I go, I had the AIDS. And then, of course, a few years later, I go, I meant the candies, Mom, the ones that you had.
I do want those Gaga cookies.
You talk about bad branding. Imagine being something as innocuous as a diet candy, and a couple years later, you got to change your name because it's a virus that's killing people. The Gaga Oreos?
Yeah.
Boy, that's another sign of people who are bored to tears because they can't go out and tour, is they're just licensing their name and likeness to everything. There's like Lady Gaga Oreos and Lady Gaga fruit pies. She's putting her name all over stuff.
Fruit or cream.
She put out an album and then couldn't tour for it.
or Chromatica.
Chromatica.
And they pushed back the Grammys. By the way, before we get off on another tangent, where the hell is Pence? I find it so odd that he just disappeared. Like he's gone.
I think that's smart for him to do that. They went back home to Indiana, but I read they don't have a house.
Yeah, that's what I read.
They're like staying with people because they don't have a house.
They're afraid, I'm sure.
Well, no, I don't. Listen, he's fine in Indiana, but I'm like, why wouldn't you have a house? Like if you go to the White House, you still keep your house, right?
Mm-hmm.
They must have sold it. And, I don't know.
Yeah, they're between properties right now, and the market is wild. There's not a lot of inventory, so it's probably just a situation like that where they're waiting for the right house. But I don't know what it's like in Indiana, but I know around here, there's like if you put something on the market, it sells almost immediately.
Yes.
I know a lot of people that are buying second homes. I'm like,
you know, a lot of people who are just let me break this down. You know, a lot of people who are buying second homes.
Two. Okay, but that's
I knew I'd get it out of him. That's two more than I know.
Two people.
These are people you know or people you know of?
No, people that I know.
Okay.
One is buying a vacation property.
Where is that?
That's in Florida.
Okay.
So they bought a vacation home, and then another one.
Timeshare or they bought it?
No, they bought it.
Okay.
It's theirs. I don't know if they're leasing it, but they bought a house, and the other person, they're like, I'm just going to see what happens. I'm like, what do you mean you just going to see what happens? You're going to buy another house? But their house was paid off.
Wow, good for them.
Yeah, they're doctors.
Well, yeah, if you got a job like that.
Where would your second home be?
Mine?
Yeah.
Austin. Yeah, love Austin.
Not Chicago?
I've got a
places
home.
to stay there.
I mean, when my parents both pass, I got no. But when Gwen and I go to Austin, we had talked for quite a while about buying a place down there.
I had a second home.
You don't have a first home.
Okay, well, we're creating hypothetical scenarios. So that's not fair.
How about you work on a first home first?
I want to play the game.
Get an apartment.
I want to play the game.
All right, where's your...
Nah, forget it. I don't want to do it. Now I got to answer the phone.
I'm going to buy a place right across from Joe Rogan, and I'm going to record everything he does with my Ring doorbell camera.
There you go.
Yeah, take that. Let me get some of that Spotify money.
Austin sounds nice. I like...
love Austin.
I just think of travel time, though, but like I like the idea of having like a country house here where I have like, I'm here during the week, and then the weekend I go out and hang out and somewhere and have like a little pond and kind of get away from everything.
Mine would probably be San Diego. From what I saw of that place, it was just gorgeous.
But again, like the travel time going back and forth there.
So I mean, he's going to Austin.
I know, but that's still a lot closer than San Diego.
If I'm buying a vacation home and a vacation property, I'm not caring because the guy, my ex-boyfriend, his family used to lease out their vacation home throughout the year, but then they would have like
I just want like a cabin. That's what I want.
A month or two where they would just go down there and visit, and that was it was like Newport Beach or Dana Point. That's where it was, Dana Point.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, Dana Point, California.
Someone I used to date had a friend that had a cabin in like the Pennsylvania mountains it's like 2 hours away. That would be fantastic. To have something like that. Summer you can go up there, winter you can go up there. It's nice. It's fun. Get into the country a little bit.
Yeah, right?
But you're still not too far away.
Like the Catskills or where?
Where? It's like 2 hours away. I don't know.
Poconos?
Not that far. Poconos are like 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah, all right. Well, at least a few times a week, my wife will show me a picture of an A-frame somewhere and go, can we buy this? She's hell-bent on getting an A-frame somewhere.
I really do.
And I want to give her one.
Hockey
Hills. That's my nickname, though, at home, as I call myself A-frame.
It could be the Alan Cox Show timeshare.
There you go.
We all can go visit your
Sure. Time is a flat circle.
Yeah, you got cake. You could buy another house.
I'm still paying for everybody.
Have I told you to have a daughter?
I'm not trying to. I know, but I'm not trying to buy another house.
You got to get that Nora YouTube channel going is what you need to do.
Right.
Have her open some toys and then boom, you're rolling in it.
These Gaga cookies are gross.
Say hello to my ass.
I hope you think so.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing? I hope you think so.
I've got to take a break. If you want to get me a text in the break, 35192. Another shot at $1,000 coming up at 4:30. I'll have another keyword for you to get you a buck ton of cash.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
Don't miss our iHeartRadio album release party.
Man, you can even ask Bill.
I just do it all in my head.
Oh.
Tell whatever smart device you're packing to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
216-578-1007. Get to us live or 800-348-1007. 35192. Send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch the show there live. There's going to be a brand new Poundcake tomorrow, yes?
Yes.
Any sneak preview of that?
It's going to be, the guest is going to be a medium who I also have had relations with.
Is your podcast just people you've had sex with?
Those are
nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying.
That's where I network.
Nutwork.
I met a lot of people.
This is another nutworking opportunity for you. Wait, okay, let me ask you this. Are these people where you're dipping back into their DMs to go, hey, I'm still out here, or are these people with whom you're in regular contact? You just happen to have had sex with them?
This particular person I have regular contact with, and I'm like, you know what? We've been talking during quarantine for I don't know how long. We have not seen each other in person. I'm going to do it Zoom.
Now, are you using the podcast to lay the groundwork for a future dalliance?
I don't got to.
He would already know.
Huh?
He's a medium.
Well,
they don't
he
know
talks to the
everything.
dead. They're not. They're not psychics.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that for this guy.
Okay.
But I mean, I have no problem with that at all.
How come? Can you ask him questions for me?
Yeah, sure.
Ask
absolutely.
him why when it like a medium contacts the dead, it's always the same thing. They always say the same thing, like they miss you, they want you to stop worrying about this situation, and they just want you to be happy.
This was the yes, I can ask him that. This was the guy that I talked to when I was in college, and he was the one that told me to get my hands out of my pants when I was off camera. I was like, how did you know that? You knew that I had my hands on my balls because they were
You don't
cold?
need to be a medium. Every guy has his hands in his balls in a spare moment. We always have our hands in our crotch.
He sent shivers down my spine, and I almost didn't want to do it because I was like, my family has the whole telekinesis thing going on. So
yeah, ask him about that. Is your mom using ghosts to break the glass?
I'm gonna ask. That's why I'm interested in seeing.
Maybe I'll have him on my show.
I mean, he is credited. I mean, his name is Travis Sanders, and he's like done tours and lecture
What do you mean
halls.
credited?
I mean, he's like legit. Like he does.
How do you determine who a legit medium is?
Okay, well,
there's no governing body for mediums.
He has made this his business. He's not just like some neighborhood guy.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who make it their business. It doesn't mean that they're right. That just means that they're a good con man. Okay. There was a guy my mom loved because my mom loves that kind of stuff. There was this guy who had a show years ago. His name was John Edward.
Oh, man.
Remember John Edward?
There was a big South Park episode all about John Edwards.
This guy had his moment, boy, probably the mid-aughts. And he said that he knew at a very young age that he would become a psychic. And I'm like, well, it's not really something you aspire to. Mm-hmm. And so he had these shows on the Sci-Fi Channel and all these other... and he'd have a big room full of people, and he'd be like, "I see." And he was a nice enough guy, and he looked, he was affable. And, he had the show called Crossing Over, and he would give psychic readings to audience members, and it would be like, "You have somebody in your family name starts with an M." And come on, man. Yeah, you're gonna have somebody in your family with an M. They pass on. Yeah, you got. And then I think people started really...
Mabel, is that you?
People really started digging into this guy, and it's, like Sylvia Brown when she told Amanda Berry's mom that she was dead.
Mm-hmm. And she's like, I've never been so happy to be wrong in my life.
Of course. Mm-hmm. You said a woman on national television tell you, I'm sorry to tell you this, but your daughter's dead.
And homie said that she was watching it when it happened. She's like, I'm not dead.
Yeah, so, a lot of these television shows, they find out that...
Sorry, I just looked up John Edward, and his full name is John Edward McGee.
John Edward McGee?
John Edward McGee Jr.
There you go.
McGee.
But, they find out when they dig into these people that, it's not just the vague questioning, but, they find out that They would have staff members kind of talking to people in the lobby ahead of time.
Who'da thought?
Like Miss
Before the
Cleo.
television show.
Yeah.
Right, but at least Miss Cleo says for entertainment purposes only. Nobody was calling
Halloween.
But also, was anybody calling Miss Cleo at 2 a.m. to find out if their mother died?
Well,
or
didn't
if their
they-
mother was speaking from beyond the grave? It was more like you were having fun and you were high and call Miss Cleo.
Was it in some Chevy Chase movie? Was it Fletch where he had like the earpiece in and he was doing something?
Yes.
Yeah. And it's basically that, where like they had all this info on the people and they go, well, we can, and they're like feeding him information and he's acting he's coming up with it on the spot.
The one artist I really tried to push to get on this show was Teresa Caputo, which was the Long Island medium, and she was coming here. I think she was doing a show at Playhouse Square or something like that. And I asked her, I got in touch with her management and everything, and they're like, well, we'll let you know if we don't sell out, because right now we're sold out. And I'm like, oh, okay, well then don't worry about it. But I really wanted her because I wanted to see if it was real. I watched that show and I'm like, if that is real, if she's just really pulling people out of the Walmart line and it's just like, hey, I just want to let you know, Deborah, she won't leave me alone.
You know how reality television works already, though, right?
I do know how reality. That's why I wanted to see it firsthand. I want to know
that
they're
they're not going to do anything firsthand in front of you that's going to stop them up, right?
But see, I can validate if she's telling the truth or not. Like if she tells me something about my life, I know if she's telling the truth. So I would vouch for her. I would be
right, but she doesn't go to people like that. That's not how it works. They set things up, and if they were to tell you stuff, it means everybody's life is very public now. They would come to you and be like, we can tell you all about this. We'll tell you about your your grandma, which you've talked about on the air, and about her, seeing ghosts in the fields. And,
I did
stuff
talk
like
about that.
Yes.
Oh my God! I was like, did you just read my mind? How'd you know?
It's like that woman that came in here years ago to read me.
Oh yeah, that was hilarious.
And
She's like, I got nothing.
And I had her on. I'm not trying to do a gotcha thing. I want somebody to prove to me, blow my mind. You're right here. You're selling tickets for your show. I'm
Erica
having you on my
started
show. Right, because she was getting nothing off me.
Right.
Turns to, and then of course there's
Looks
always an
over to me and
explanation.
she's like, huh?
Yeah.
Nope.
Always an explanation to, well, you have to be open to the process. Baby, I'm open. Read my mind. And then started digging in on Erica.
Where's Erica's twins? She's the one that predicted Erica was going to have twins. Here we are, all these years later.
Yes.
No twins.
Well, actually, she does. She has the Veer Boys, and they're on Twitter. She didn't.
That's one person. I don't know. I'm going to pull the curtain back. That's actually not two babies.
What?
It's one grown man.
It's not two infants that are running that Alan Cox Show parody Twitter account? So a couple of questions being submitted by the audience for your guest.
Okay.
Even though the Friday Get Down is currently on hiatus, this person wants to know if Murray Saul approves of Bill's Friday Get Down. How could he not?
I ask.
It's in the spirit
He
of...
would want me to make money off of his thing.
Of course.
He's like, man, keeping the man down.
And I had a talk with some people today. Then we'll see what happens.
Might be returning?
Might be returning.
Solid. Yeah. Someone else wants you to ask about Rick Rufus Kroll's friend who died in the car accident.
Rick Rufus Kroll was the friend that died.
Rick Rufus Kroll was the friend who died?
Yes.
Who was the person?
I never said his name because I didn't want to put him on blast.
Rick Rufus Kroll was the friend who died.
Yes.
All right, then ask about the state of Rick Rufus Kroll's spirit.
I will, because I am friends with that guy on Facebook again.
Yeah, you said he came knocking.
He did.
And you answered. It's not weird that he came knocking. It's weird that you answered.
I told you, I said he was sitting there in my inbox. I have people send me friend requests all the time from this show. And this guy in particular, I recognize him. I'm like, that's not so-and-so, is it? And I looked at it and I was like making sure we had mutual friends and all the pictures were the same. And I told you guys on this show, and Bill and Mary were like, accept it. Why not? Who cares? And then I accepted. Now you're like making me feel bad about it.
Yeah, that's why I wanted you to accept it. How have you not figured this out?
Oh, God, I hate you guys. I'm never coming here with, my problems ever again.
He says that now, but we'll be here tomorrow. He'll have problems, and we'll get him out of them.
And play this clip from Fletch Lives. We were just talking about Hal Holbrook was in this movie yesterday.
Okay, so it was a sequel. That's why.
Right, two Fletch Lives references in 2 days here on the show. with the late, great R. Lee Ermey as the preacher.
Be the next one to get the call? Who's going to be the next one saved? Who's going to be the next...
T-Boo Ted Marshall.
T-Boo Ted Marshall. Are you with us tonight?
Yes, indeed, Reverend. But how can God help my problem?
See, Fletch can see on the screen that it says that T-Boo is a hemorrhoid sufferer, but he's going to lead the preacher astray by giving him wrong information in his earpiece.
But how can God help my problem?
T-Boo Ted is a compulsive gambler.
T-Boo Ted, the first thing you gotta do is expose that problem.
Excuse me?
If you can't expose that problem, at least to your family, it grows and grows and becomes an even bigger problem.
That's true.
He's been a compulsive gambler for 20 years.
Because you've had this affliction for more than 20 years, I think you should expose that problem to us right here tonight. I want you to do it. The good Lord wants you to do it.
You really think so?
I know so. Do it. Do it now!
He takes his pants off.
Well, if you say so.
On television. And bends over and shows everyone his hemorrhoids.
Classic.
Classic.
Yeah, I think that's the only scene I've seen from Fletch Lives.
You've never seen the whole movie?
No.
Oh, Julianne Phillips is the female lead. Remember when Springsteen was married to her?
Nope.
Oh, man, she's
I
foxy.
really don't.
She gets out of the shower. He goes, hey, can I borrow your towel? I just hit a water buffalo. Just silly lines like that. And now they're rebooting Fletch with Ben Affleck, I think. He's the new Fletch. Anywho. I love Southern names. My dad's family from the Deep South never knew a guy named T-Boo, though.
Yeah,
Don't know what kind of name
what?
T-Boo is, but I like it. $1,000 here for you. One of these keywords every hour from here till we get out of here. $1,000, buck ton of cash. Good for you. Good luck.
Hey, it's Rover. It's a buck ton of cash. Time for your shot at $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword FUN, F-U-N, to 200-200. You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's FUN to 200-200. Good luck from 100.7 WMMS.
Alan, please have Poundcake's medium friend find out if it bothers the spirits when people bang their corpses. I mean, that's just your earthly vessel, right?
I don't see you taking any notes.
I got this video.
You better get that pen to paper, son. They're out of their earthly vessel. They're running around the universe. That's why I never understood ghosts. Just as a practical matter, even if you believe in it, why would they hang around?
Do they have unfinished business?
You can be zipping around the universe. You've
Yeah, I don't think they have a choice. I think they're banished.
By whom?
Whatever spirit it.
The governor of spirits?
Yeah.
Like by what's the governing body? By whom?
I don't know this. That I'm gonna ask my friend Travis.
Yeah.
I'm sure there is a governing body. Like
is there a
freshly dead ghost?
Religious aspect to being a medium?
You know, I don't think so. A lot of people that I know that are mediums, they don't believe in God for some reason.
They have to because they have to believe in an afterlife.
Yeah. I didn't say they didn't believe in the afterlife. I said they don't believe in God.
No, you have to believe in God if you believe in an afterlife. No atheists believe in an afterlife.
It's weird. I will ask him.
They're non-overlapping magisteria. It's like, well, science and,
They may not, I guess, maybe they're not religious, but I'm just only telling you from the people that I know. I know a couple mediums.
Because all the people that they're talking to believe in God. That's why they're desperate to know what's happening on the other side.
Yes.
That's the fundamental belief. If you're an atheist, you're like, oh, we're worm food.
I feel like you'd just be so bored because, like...
Who would be bored? The ghost?
Yeah, because, like, what is there to do?
That's why they're always trying to get her attention.
Like,
but not in any way that proves they exist.
I can't, like,
that's all I would do if I was a ghost, is try and prove that I exist.
Yes.
For like eternity, like you can't go to Chick-fil-A, like you can't just go to the park or go to the beach or go on vacation.
You can go to all those
things,
places.
yeah.
You can do. That's my point. I don't understand why they're hanging around when they could be going throughout the universe, the nether realms of exist. They can go anywhere they want.
But can they? Or are they tethered to this reality? Are they tethered to this earth? Are they tethered to a certain area? You know, it's like in Sixth Sense, he didn't even know he's dead. He's just going about living his life. Maybe they're going through the afterlife like that.
Yeah. Oh, John Hamm is the new Fletch. Thank you. They had been tossing it around when Kevin Smith was going to reboot it years ago. He wanted Ben Affleck, but John Hamm is the new Fletch.
That's a good
That's a
casting,
great, yeah, of course.
John Hamm's a funny dude.
John Hamm's great. Anyway, yeah, well, a lot of questions to be asked, and that new Poundcake dropping tomorrow with his friend the Medium. And so if you, maybe you're a believer in those things. There's a lot of people. Listen, I would love to believe in that stuff. I'd love to.
Imagine, and I want to do it as me. I don't want this bull crap where you're like, well, you gotta have an open heart to do it. No, prove it to me the way I am, not on your terms, on my terms.
Right.
I hate that.
If it's true, you don't have to change your perspective to it's either true or you're right.
Yeah,
I don't have to shift my perception to believe in gravity because I know that when I jump up, I'll go back down.
It's so annoying. You're like, well, you got to just open your mind to it, open your heart to it. Oh, so I have to just suspend disbelief is what you're saying.
Why do I have to do all the work? Mm-hmm. You do all the work.
If you're so good at it, why do you need me to help you?
Right. Your situation should work irrespective of what I think.
Like when I go to a comedy club and I perform, they have rules for the audience to maximize how good they can be. Now, it's still on me to make them laugh, but you have to keep your table talk to a minimum. You know, you're not allowed to use your phone during the show, things like that. That makes sense, but I'm engaging in that. But it doesn't change the fact that when you're a medium, you should be able to do this without people having to buy in.
Why do I have to keep my table talk to a minimum, Bill?
Because otherwise it can be distracting to the other people trying to learn about their dead family.
Whatever.
Jokes. The joke medium. You have a grandpa and he wanted to tell you this joke. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
It's not your grandpa.
Not grandpa because he's dead. Right.
He wants you to know that you don't have to worry anymore. He's in a better place.
Bill Squire, joke medium.
Joke medium.
Hey, Carly.
And my jokes are medium.
Hey, Carly.
Hi.
Hi, what's up?
Hello. Hi.
Hi.
I was just calling in because I had a very good experience with a medium as a non-believer.
Yeah.
So I thought I'd share.
I mean, again, you feel free, but I figure on the law of averages, somebody who's a non-believer will get a reading that makes sense to them.
Let's hear your story.
Yeah, tell me.
Well, my mom considers herself an empath and has heard about this place called Lilydale. It's the spiritual capital of the U.S. It's about a 3-hour drive from Cleveland in New York. And I told her I'd come along with her for a weekend there, and it was quite the experience. So it is a community of mediums and psychics, and she had an appointment to have a to have a reading done. And after being there for maybe a couple hours,
Why would you need an
they
appointment?
have to have like a sit down one-on-one with a medium, but they had live readings going the whole day. So you could just sit down like in a group of people, like an audience, and there were mediums up there just, saying like, hey, did someone have a dad who had a heart attack and they...
Yeah, that's how you stack. That's how you stack the deck in your favor. You get 100 people in there, you're going to hit a couple of bullseyes.
Someone in America that had a dad that had a heart attack?
What?
Wow.
Yeah, it was... I thought it was pretty interesting at first. I kind of was like, haha, this is great. But then it kind of got a little deep. There was one woman, it was like a very specific... a situation with the her dad was a train conductor, and this medium was like, was anyone's father work on trains or like a train conductor? And she kind of like raised her hand, and he starts telling her, you know, he wishes he could have put you to bed every night. He had to work long shifts and travel so much.
Was this like a woman in her 60s? Because back then, everyone's father was a train conductor.
Or worked on trains.
Of a certain generation, yes.
Yeah, there's a certain generation.
Every one of my grandparents worked in the train business.
Was it like now, be like, is anybody an Uber driver? Oh, my brother used to drive Uber.
Is anybody's dead brother an IT consultant?
Do you know anyone that works in marketing?
It was pretty interesting. But I decided last minute to go and speak with a medium because I was like, you know what? While I'm here,
why not?
Rome.
Yeah.
And I walked up. I heard about this one that was supposedly very well known. And I walked into her establishment, and she said, oh, I have an appointment in about a half hour if you want to just come back in a half hour. Never took my name or anything. I came back, we sat down, and she's like, is it okay if I talk about past, present, and future? And I said, sure, yeah. I'm like, I'm open, whatever. Well, the things she pulled up were very specific and some things I've never told anyone. Like, for instance, when we bought our house several years ago, we found a blackberry bush in our backyard. And it was very significant to me because my grandfather and I used to pick blackberries when I was a kid. And I felt very like, oh, this is where I'm supposed to be. You know, it's kind of an emotional moment for me. But, but like, I never told anyone about this. I might have told my brother.
But how did she get to that point where she figured out there was a blackberry bush? Did you sit down and go, hey, do you got a blackberry bush?
Yeah.
Is that significant?
Question what? Carly showed up with like blackberry jam all over her mouth.
No, really.
Oh, blackberry, pour to me. Oh,
bramble jam.
Yeah, she was talking about like,
let's get a medium in here.
Like relationships and with our family, and then she was like, there's this one that's really sticking out, and it's on your father's side. It's your grandfather, and she was like, he was with you when you found that berry bush. And I was like, what? What's going on? Like, how do you know that? And then she just knew stuff. Like, for instance, my husband is half Mexican, and she's like, is your husband darker skinned? And I'm like, yes. It just went on and on.
I can tell that by a girl's makeup.
Is your husband half Mexican? No, he's half American. Thank you very much. Did you have a blackberry bush? Yeah, what about lingonberry? What about raspberry? Did you have a blueberry bush? What about strawberry? What about boysenberry? Did you have a cranberry bush? What about gooseberry? Okay, listen.
Did you have a grandpa?
Thank you, Carly. I got to, elderberry. I've got to go, but I appreciate the call. Thank you. That is pretty wild. I think, listen, there are maybe there are people who have the gift. Well, who knows? I just think that if you truly did, you wouldn't be making appointments for people at the Holiday Inn ballroom.
No, you'd be
on television.
Well, you'd be on television, but you don't believe them.
Making billions of dollars.
But if they had the actual gift, it
would be irrefutable.
It would be, they'd be able to prove it.
Irrefutable.
And it's not, and they use I can never remember what it's called, but they cold read people.
Cold read.
Yeah, they do the cold read.
It's like from the 1800s, like snake oil salesmen and mediums.
Where you're like you're extrapolating information from the person without them even really knowing it.
Yes.
It's a skill.
Yes. All right, I've got a break. 35192 if you want to text.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free
remember this song, yeah?
Oh, yeah. The Reason.
The Reason is the name of the song by Hoobastank. You're right. You got to hand it to a band that was kind of, they're still making albums and stuff, but I mean, they only had a couple of hits. But for one of them to be a ballad that sticks around,
yeah,
that's a feat. Because ballads are a dime a dozen.
I remember when this song came out, Howard Stern did this whole segment on it about how much he loved this song.
It's a good song. Yeah, as ballads go, it's a real good song. It's simple, it's well written. But I was thinking about Hoobastank.
Good music video, too, because it's not...
I don't know that.
So the music video is like them meeting up after a heist. So it's not like what you'd think. You'd think it'd be like a real, like, cheesy, lovey thing, but it's a heist video.
And so what? The crux of it is that he's going to change his ways because he found a woman? Or it's not,
No,
it's not that literal?
It's not that literal. It's just they're meeting up after a heist. Like the band all pulled off this thing. It was
I like that.
Ocean's 12 time, I think.
Well, I was thinking it is a distinct tale of two bands from the early aughts because they were both had big hits on the radio at the same time. Although Hoobastank about a year earlier, you had Hoobastank, who was from L.A., and then about a year later you had Trapped, who were from further up the coast. They were from the Bay Area. And Trapped has basically made news over the past year for their frontman being a complete nutter. People were blowing him up because of like conspiracy tweets, and he was all in on Trump and whatever, and it just made life difficult for him and the other people in that band. Whereas Hoobastank, for reasons unbeknownst to even them, are huge on TikTok, and they don't even know why. This song,
TikTok is a wild place.
It is. This I've gotten onto it on a couple of different occasions, and on both occasions, I've come to the conclusion that it's not for me, and people who are into me are not looking for me there. But
it's a place where if you can figure out a lane and do it, you can build an audience.
These guys
I got a couple of friends that have over 1 million followers, and they just do like silly little sketches. And
good for them.
They're killing it.
This song, I mean, Crawling in the Dark was like their first big hit, and they followed it up with this. They had another one called Running Away that was real good.
Yeah, that's a good song. I forgot about that one.
When people used to ask Hoobastank where their band name came from, they would make up different answers every time. They'd say it came from the H in Jesus H. Christ, or, it was their Dutch bass player's middle name, weird stuff like that. But on TikTok, they've gotten 145 million views.
Damn.
And they're just not sure why. I mean, because of this song.
Is it their account?
It's not theirs. It's people using this song.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do they get paid for this?
I guess because their line, I'm not a perfect person in there. Somebody was using that kind of as a meme about a year ago. And so apparently a video that somebody put out with that song on it got a couple million likes. And so then it just grew from there, where people were kind of sharing embarrassing facts and using that line. So, the guys in Hoobastank are like, hey, that's cool. It's awesome. And a little different than a band that's been around a long time. I mean, obviously they've been around 20 years now, 20 plus years. But when the Fleetwood Mac skateboard guy went viral, that was a song that had already been used in a handful of things.
A lot of times.
Yeah, a lot of times.
And this song has been used a lot of times. It's in a bunch of TV shows.
It's in movies and shows
and stuff
yes.
like that.
It really kind of took the place of Where Have All the Cowboys Go? No, what was the other song? I Don't Want to Wait.
Oh, yeah,
the Paula Cole song?
Yeah.
Nailed it. Perfect pitch
Dawson's
with that.
Creek song. My favorite joke.
The Dawson's Creek song.
Do you know the Dawson's Creek?
What was their zip code?
I go, Poundcake, what was the zip code for Beverly Hills?
90210.
All right. Mr. Smarty Pants, what was the zip code for Dawson's Creek?
90108.
90108 for life.
It's so stupid, but it's so good.
It's so funny.
It's simple and funny.
Mm-hmm.
So
Your grandpa wanted you to hear that joke.
That song was number 2 when it was out. It was a huge hit. They got a Grammy nomination for Song of the Year. And unlike Trapped, who were still kind of a similar punchline to some people, Hoobastank kind of plays along. You know, they're like, hey, it's cool that these kids are finding the song because these are kids now. Hoobastank were kids 20 years ago. And they're like, yeah, listen, there's no...
That's how you build a new audience. And that's what's happening with, again and again, with new technology and new ways of marketing your music. There's a whole generation of people that got into a bunch of music because of Rock Band and Guitar Hero, and now it's happening with memes on TikTok.
Yeah.
I tell you what,
but also it's like 20 years is sufficient time to be nostalgic.
Yeah.
Because you were 20 then, now you're 40, you know?
Mm-hmm. But it's nostalgia for one group of people, and then it's discovery for others.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I like this song.
Voiceover work is one thing, but if I could sing and I could write, I would want to do jingles and theme songs. Those things live forever. Like, you will always remember the theme song to your favorite TV show. You always remember that one commercial where you're like, okay, that was
well, if you remember them, I mean, there's
a song earlier today.
Like, you love it. Like, even if you don't like the product, you remember like the song. Like, I have a structured settlement, but I need cash now. Like, everyone knows the rest of it.
If you remember those.
Wentworth.
Yeah.
And cash
now.
Well, you guys had to get me hip to that.
Solid and Maple Heights, Vermilion.
I mean, there are a billion jingles that are never remembered, though. You know what I mean? In Chicago, we had Empire Carpets. We had 580 to 300
Empire.
Yeah. Well, it's national now, but it started when I was a kid. It was just a local jingle.
Hey, I like cheese poofs.
So, yeah. There's nothing wrong with writing jingles, though.
Yeah, I think jingle work, and it would just be self-fulfilling because, I mean, voiceover work, yeah, you have an episode, but like my theme song, every time you hear that, you think of me, bitch.
But also, yeah, but you don't know the people who did the jingles. You know the jingle. You don't know who did it.
But like, it's just, it sends back like feelings, like a sentimental feeling when I hear like the Reading Rainbow song.
Yeah.
Like when I
Take
hear
a look,
like,
it's in a book.
Butterflies in
Who wrote it?
I don't know.
See, no one would be nostalgic. No one would be nostalgic for his actual jingles.
Take a look, bitch, it's in a book.
Yeah.
That's what you should do on TikTok, is your interpretations of these classic
Reading
jingles
Rainbow.
and theme songs.
Yes.
Bitch, it's in a book.
Your dumbass can't do anything.
Right. Your dumbass.
Pick your dumbass up and read that book.
Reading is fundamental. Putting the fun in fundamental. But yeah, I was just talking to somebody about voiceover work, and I'm like, it's bloodthirsty.
Yeah.
Because everybody's trying to do it, and there's about maybe 30 people who get 90% of the work in voiceover. Because it's all acting. Voiceover isn't really your voice, unless you have like a killer voice.
Well, there's one dude that I know that he does the food reviews. Stefan's food reviews on TikTok.
Yeah, I've seen him on LinkedIn, and you said he's got a ton of people to follow. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got like 1.6 or 1.7. He's getting like a TV show.
There you go.
But he's funny with it, and he's got the acting chops, but like his voice itself.
He's got like that booming voice.
Booming.
Yeah. So if you've got a voice like that, you're going to be limited to that kind of. So that's why it's good that he's kind of funny and doing other things. Mm-hmm. But voiceover is all acting. And so the people who can do that the best get in there. Poundcake could do it. Some voiceover.
It's a little one note, but yeah, he could do it.
Well, in high school, everyone told me that I was so annoying. They're like, you should be a cartoon character because that's what you sound like. Like, I don't know if that's a compliment.
All you need is to find enough people who need that one note.
Yeah. I mean, SpongeBob is one note. He's one voice.
Yeah, cartoon characters are all adults. I mean, aside from your Dora the Explorer or whatever, I mean, actual little kids. But it's mostly adults doing kids' voises.
What was the cartoon we came up with? Pork Chop and who?
I don't know.
Or
Mac and Cheese,
it was Mac and Cheese. Yeah, it was. Mac and
Cheese.
Yeah. Parents would be so sick of me. They would not allow their kids to watch any show that my voice was on.
Alan, you're going to get to the second part of the story about Trapped. I told the Trapped. I mean, these guys are... The Trapped story's been around for a year. The frontman for Trapped just went. Nobody knows what's going on with them now, but they clearly did not take their relative obscurity as well as Hoobastank has.
You were just making the comparison between
the
comparison.
They're two bands that came out at the same time, and they've had seriously different paths just because of that Trapped frontman.
The Eve 6 dude is waiting for this to happen to him on TikTok. Very funny on Twitter. Very bitter, and he just lets it fly.
Oh, he's bitter.
But it's like a...
But it's
a self-aware bitter.
I was
it's
gonna
a
say,
funny bitter.
Their hit is also another song that got licensed out the ass for a while, you know? So that's better than having a hit, but it not getting used for anything other than selling records.
He doesn't even call it by the name of the song. He just calls it the
Heart in a Blender song. Sure. Limp Bizkit lifted the line from him and the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Alan, the Reading Rainbow theme song is my ringtone. I get a lot of comments on it. That's Norm in Detroit.
I see, and I'm not even mad at him.
You should record your version of it and send it to Norm.
There you go.
Bitch, pick up that book. Whatever you say.
It's dumbass. Pick your dumb ass up and read
Pick your dumb ass up and read the book.
Reading Rainbow. Reading Rainbow. Ow.
Pretty good. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You can always leave us a message there if you like. It is 216-986-8903.
Hi, Alan. This is Mark from Kent. I wanted to express my condolences to Mary. Sorry for your loss with your dad. Was listening to the podcast from February 1st and heard you talking about the passing of Dustin Diamond from Saved by the Bell. This does affect me personally because I've been developing a reality show with Dustin Diamond, Neil Diamond, and Lou Diamond Phillips, just putting the three of them out on the golf course and just seeing what happens. And we were going to call it Diamonds in the Rough.
Right.
And if you have any suggestions about how I can get that back on track, I'd really appreciate it.
Right.
Simple.
I feel like that was... Saw that one. Diamond Dallas Page. Sure. Diamonds in the Rough.
Did you watch David Spade's eulogize? He was just kind of recalling his interactions with Dustin Diamond because he did the movie Dickie Roberts a few years ago.
Oh God!
And in that movie, he plays like a former child star that's, just trying to get his life on track. And they meet with a bunch of and Dustin Diamond was in there. And he's like, he showed up, he did his work, he was a nice guy, and he just had it tough because he was on this show, and it's all everyone ever knew him as.
He could never leave the character behind.
Yeah. And he wasn't rich.
Right.
You don't get rich being a child star like that.
Right.
Especially on like a morning sitcom. Like it wasn't a nighttime primetime sitcom. It was on Saturday mornings. You can get rich.
Is that when it was on?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so it's a pretty accurate and honest remembrance of Dustin Diamond.
Yeah, because I imagine he would take whatever was offered to him. You'd see him on Celebrity Hollywood Squares. Mm-hmm. You'd see, but he was always just Screech.
Yeah.
All the other people went on to do other things.
And it makes you angry. And he brings that up. It's like, of course the guy's angry. Why wouldn't he be angry? Everybody knows who he is, but he doesn't have any money for it. He doesn't have anything to show for it. He can't get away from it. He can't do anything else. He's got to work regular jobs. He's out there trying to sell tickets, doing stand-up. Nobody, and even if a girl bangs you, it's because you're Screech. It's not because of anything else, and that gets old after a while.
Oh, God, I was reading a thing that his move back in the day was he would just walk around Disneyland, because apparently Dustin Diamond claimed to have banged a lot of chicks.
I'm sure he did.
And the move, he said, was that he and a friend would just walk around Disneyland until a girl, he said usually somebody foreign, would recognize him, and he goes, and then we were off to the races. So it was just a matter of somebody recognizing who he was. That's why I kind of couldn't figure out why they didn't bring him back for the reboot. Because why wouldn't you? I mean, obviously he doesn't. His appeal as a kid was he was so goofy looking, and the rest of them kind of look the same, whereas he doesn't. But still, I'm not sure why they wouldn't have brought him back.
I think he also got outside the Hollywood machine, where a lot of them stayed within it for the most part.
But bring him back into the machine, though.
But he was kind of on the outside. I think he had talked a lot of crap. I think he had
that's what does
alienated himself, alienated the rest of the cast.
Because I'm pretty sure what does it. He did a tell-all or something like that where or he was a producer on one of these like behind the scenes memoirs, and it was like a movie of them behind the scenes, and everyone was banging, everyone was doing drugs, and they're like, this didn't really happen. And I think Dustin Diamond was the one, like the mole, feeding them that information.
Didn't he also do like The Surreal Life or something? One of those VH1 shows where,
Yeah, I think it just like diminished his status amongst them. But didn't like Lark Voorhees, didn't she do like...
She went cuckoo, I think.
She went crazy.
She did Playboy, right?
Did she?
Pardon me?
I'm pretty sure she did.
Ooh, I got to find that. But, you mean recently or...
No.
It was a while ago.
Back in the day?
That was like when Playboy was a thing?
Whack that! Well, Playboy... Yeah. I'll have to try to find it. But, yeah, and that's a tough call because on the one hand, you see, you're kind of on the outs and everybody else is going on to do different things, and you're like, okay, I guess I got to do a book. I got to make a living. You don't know that there's going to be something 20 years down the road you might be able to get in on. I got to stay on everybody's good side in case they invite me back. I could see how it would make you angry. But he had a girlfriend at the end. She was posting stuff from his bedside, and he was in really bad shape. He went downhill very quickly.
Yeah.
He got diagnosed like a month ago, or like around Christmas or something, with lung cancer. There's no way to go. Hey, Kyle in Charlotte.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's going on, man?
Hey, you guys were just talking about the Reading Rainbow song there a little bit ago.
Yeah.
DMX made a remix of that song, and it's not radio friendly, but it is hilarious if you guys ever get a chance to edit it and play it.
That's been around for a bit. That's a goof, though, isn't it? Like he used to do it on stage every so often.
It's a complete goof. I think I don't think he had anything to do with it. They just put his voice in there, but it is beyond words funny.
Yeah, right. Good. Okay, good. Thank you, Kyle.
Yes, sir.
All right.
I can go twice as high. Take a look. It's in a book.
Because here's my point. You remember the song. Mm-hmm. I bet you don't know who's singing it.
Nope.
There you go.
It doesn't matter. It's the voice. And I like the feeling that it gives me.
I wonder if he wants to give that feeling to other people.
Oh, I see.
You don't get that from a character on a TV show. Anything. Sitting on the carpet in second grade right now. Reading.
I think this might have been the original one, but they redid it with Shaka Khan. Oh, I want to hear the Shaka Khan version.
Had a hole in my jeans.
I had a hole in my jeans.
Mm-hmm. When it was always the best day when they would roll in that TV set from the hallway and put it in front of the classroom. You're like, it's Reading Rainbow time. She was high.
Love Shaka Khan. She deserves to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I'm every reader.
Every letter you want me to be.
That's right. Everyone from A to Z.
Knowledge is in me.
All right. You want to text me here, 35192. Next chance to grab $1,000 is on the way at 5:30. It's a buck ton of cash, and that will be on its way.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free
Studios, fighting for the injured since 1928. Book your free consultation at nphm.com.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
An iHeartRadio station.
Available everywhere with our free iHeartRadio app. Now #1 for podcasting. 2021 is the year of you, and iHeartRadio is giving you your very own station. Favorites Radio plays nothing but the songs you've thumbed up and listened to the most, all on one personalized station exclusively for you. The more you thumb, the more personal My Favorites gets. You can even share your station with your favorite people. My Favorites Radio, only on iHeartRadio. #1 for music, radio, and podcasting, all in one app.
iHeartRadio.
Hey, the Alan Cox Show is back. Take your beer off your smart device and tell it to play 100.7 WMMS on iHeartRadio.
You know who this is, Poundcake?
Leonard Skinner.
I love it. That's
favorite.
good. Take another. The song's older than you. Take another guess.
This song's older than me.
It is, isn't it? Leonard Skinner. That's a great guess.
I would say you. I'm trying to think of a really old band.
Mid 80s. This is early 80s, actually. Nothing?
I'm trying to think of like my directory of bands, and nothing just really comes to mind.
Have you ever heard of the band Iron Maiden?
Yes.
Okay, this is Iron Maiden. And if you're old like me, you might be interested in this. I remember this album came out. I bought it from my brother. My brother and I were huge Iron Maiden fans. I was playing the drums. My brother played the bass. And I had just turned 13 that summer, and so I bought it. The album was called Power Slave. This was the...
I guess I was born. I was just a baby. Just a little baby.
Yeah, this was the 5th Iron Maiden album, and they dropped it fall of 84. And I remember my brother getting it for his birthday. There's a guy from the band Charlatans. Familiar with Charlatans at all? There's a singer named Tim Burgess.
Charlatans?
Charlatans UK is the one you're thinking of. Tim Burgess does a thing on Twitter called Tim's Twitter Listening Party. And it's just people all joining in. They listen from an album from start to finish. And then they have thoughts and they have questions and they kind of... and it's a fun thing. And Power Slave is going to be the 666th... Get it? Edition of Tim's Twitter Listening Party. I always thought Power Slave was an underrated album if you were an Iron Maiden fan. Everybody kind of focused on... they focused on Number of the Beast, or they focused on Peace of Mind. Power Slave was dynamite. And Aces High was the first cut on the album. So if you're a Maiden fan, I heard Allie play... God, what did she play? Number of the Beast or something last week for Big Hair Wednesday. And I was like, oh my God, Maiden. Beautiful.
I never
Love
got
Iron
into Maiden
Maiden.
that
Love
much,
Iron Maiden.
But I think I've been
going
for
everyone.
Yeah, and I don't dislike them. I just never really listened to them. But I feel like I'm getting to a point where like, hey, maybe I'll give them put them in the rotation.
There you go.
Rotation, as I say.
These guys should absolutely be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, by the way. One of the bands that frequently gets mentioned when they talk about whatever this perceived bias against 80s rock bands are in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, whether it's real or imagined. The fact that Iron Maiden isn't in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame boggles the mind. But if you're a Maiden fan, they're doing Power Slave on Tim's Twitter listening party. So that's going to happen this Saturday. It's 9 o'clock UK time, so there's simply no way to know what time that is here. But look for it.
It's Friday.
9 p.m. UK time, so that makes it a week ago Monday. So he just hit up Iron Maiden and was like, you guys want to do this? And they were like, absolutely, we want to do that. So there you go. But Poundcake's guess of Lynyrd Skynyrd is fantastic. They went from Sweet Home Alabama to Aces High to the Rime of the Ancient Mariner.
Lynyrd Skynyrd made Sweet Home Alabama?
Yes.
Who made Welcome to the Jungle?
That would be Guns and or Roses.
Oh.
Can you name one other song by Guns N' Roses?
No.
Just name one other rock song.
just so I can back up here. So you thought this whole time that Welcome to the Jungle was Lynyrd Skynyrd?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Play him Lynyrd Skynyrd, and let's see. But don't play it right away. Play a few songs and have him guess when it's Lynyrd Skynyrd.
Oh, okay.
I like when we do Poundcakes.
Oh, this is old school.
Game is called Is This Lynyrd Skynyrd?
Meaning
with Poundcake.
This game is old school.
Well, yeah, Lynyrd Skynyrd, I mean, they're barely a band. I think they might have finally done their farewell tour or something.
So am I saying yes or no?
Is this Lynyrd Skynyrd?
That's your guess.
No.
That's correct. This band called Lynch Mob. This is George Lynch, who was in Dokken when he went off to do his own thing. Formed a band called Lynch Mob, which, boy, you talk about political correctness. It's his name, George Lynch. But with everything else going on, when Black Lives Matter was blowing up everywhere this summer, he goes, yeah, I can't call my band Lynch Mob anymore.
Yeah.
Great
we
name.
talked about that.
It's
yeah.
your name, yeah, but you can't do it anymore. Okay, let me find something else here for you.
Very subtle.
Is this Lynyrd Skynyrd?
It's very subtle.
Because see, it's not going to matter to you when the singing kicks in. That's not going to tell you anything.
I do need the singing. I want some words. Can I get some words?
It takes a second, but yeah, I don't think it's going to help you, but oh god, there's such a long intro to this.
That's what I'm saying.
Is this Lynyrd Skynyrd? A little closer to the
no.
Now, what makes you think that this is not Lynyrd Skynyrd?
Because it was very subtle in the beginning.
You're correct. This is not Lynyrd Skynyrd.
Okay.
This is Mastodon covering ZZ Top. Great song called Just Got Paid. Is this Lynyrd Skynyrd?
Yes. Go.
This is a band called 311, Poundcake. This doesn't even sound like an old song.
I was thinking of, I was like the odds. I was like, he's not going to do 3 no Lynyrd Skynyrds.
Right.
Okay, I was wrong. This is not Lynyrd Skynyrd.
Correct. These are the Meat Puppets.
I didn't even know that was a band.
You didn't know the Meat Puppets were a band?
I never heard that before in my life.
Okay.
People are going to be like, why am I employed here?
They say it all the time.
They do. Well, you're on a talk show.
It has nothing to do with music.
You're not a DJ. Yeah, it's, and thank God for that, frankly.
I mean, I would know it would be on the screen. Front sale and back sale the crap out of this.
I write about it. It's not Lynyrd Skynyrd. I'm Poundcake.
It's the Meat Puppets.
Right.
I'm Poundcake.
Right. Is this Lynyrd Skynyrd?
Yes.
Sorry, this is a band called Led Zeppelin. Perhaps you've heard of them?
I have heard of them. This is Lynyrd Skynyrd. This is Lynyrd Skynyrd. It is. Right? Oh. I just heard it.
This is a band called Loverboy, working for the weekend on the Buzzard.
Okay, I've heard this.
We're combining bits now, hitting the post and quiz and Poundcake on rock.
No, this is not Lynyrd Skynyrd.
Now, why don't you think this is Lynyrd Skynyrd?
Because I heard this before, and I never seen Lynyrd Skynyrd.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Don't you cry no more.
Do you know who this is?
Do you know who this is?
No.
They're named after a state. How many of those do you know?
All of the states?
It's
probably Florida.
It's a plain state.
You know that band Florida? Yeah.
Before
Kansas.
there was Flo Rida, there was Florida. This is
that's right.
Wayward Son.
Oklahoma?
Kansas.
Is this Lynyrd Skynyrd?
Sounds like ZZ Top, but no, it's not Lynyrd Skynyrd. Oh, it is Lynyrd Skynyrd.
This is Gimme 3 Steps. One of the great songs from Lynyrd Skynyrd, the pride of... Now, this is a band from Florida. They didn't call themselves Florida, but this is a guy trying to get away from... he's the backdoor man, right? He's messing with a guy's chick, and he's trying to get out before the guy comes in, kicks his ass, or shoots him, or something worse. Yeah. Okay. Is this Lynyrd Skynyrd?
No. Wait, no, it is? I've heard Sweet Home Alabama. I didn't know this was Lynyrd Skynyrd.
This is one of their most famous songs, Sweet Home Alabama.
Oh, wait, we just talked about this. See, I don't remember this.
This is what...
I know.
This is a song you knew.
This was prompted by... Yeah, okay. This is why we're playing the game. Absent-minded Poundcake.
Hey, Macklemore, can we go thrift shopping?
Is this?
This is Lynyrd Skynyrd. Absolutely, it's
There you
Lynyrd
go.
Skynyrd.
There you go. It's Macklemore covering Lynyrd Skynyrd's thrift shop. All right, I've got $1,000 here for you. As promised, it's a buck ton of cash. I hope you win. Good luck.
Hey, it's Rover. It's a buck ton of cash. Time for your shot at $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword GREEN, GREEN, to 200-200. You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's GREEN to 200-200. Good luck from 100.7 WMMS.
Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You can always drop us a message there whenever the mood strikes. It is 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan, Bill, Mary, and Poundcake, Dex from Akron, smooth jazz guy. I'm calling back again. I got two things. One, this is for you, Alan and Bill. Pegging, you know, where a girl goes up to the guy.
What did he say?
That's
pegging.
You guys,
Oh,
for
pegging.
You, Alan and Bill, pegging, you know, where a girl goes up.
When the girl goes up the guy.
yeah.
That's my favorite description.
The guy. That's something you guys have ever done or interested in doing. You know, just kind of curious about that. And two, Alan, can you hit the post on "Let's Go Crazy" by Prince? Love you guys. No. Hate the show. Bye.
Oh, all
Hit
right.
the post and tell them whether or not you've ever been interested in pegging.
Pegging, yeah. No, I can't hit the post on what? Which one did he say? Let's Go Crazy?
Yeah.
Because it's got that long intro. That
Yeah.
Dearly Beloved,
Beloved, yeah.
that whole thing. How about I Would Die For You?
That works.
100.7 WMMS got the brand new one here from Prince from the forthcoming movie called Purple Rain. What?
That's so...
That's not
an
the
edit.
original song. 100.7 WMMS The Buzzard. New one here for Prince. It's got a new movie coming out called Purple Rain. They were... What the hell? That's not the full thing.
Tell you what, if it's Apollonia with the strap, I'm gonna have to rethink my stance.
By the way, I was pooping yesterday, and I was scrolling through Twitter as I usually do, and there was a Twitter thread about how famous Michael Jackson was, and they were like, no star today could ever compare to. They were like, I don't think people understand how famous Michael Jackson was. There wasn't a person
That's
on
true.
earth that didn't know who he was.
It's true.
And
It was like him and Michael Jordan could go anywhere on the globe and get instantly recognized.
like
Muhammad Ali is up there too.
Yeah.
he was on his balcony, and it was just like 130,000 people flooding the streets, and this was pre-social media, you know, whatever.
Yeah, it was a spectacle. It was.
They just pulled up to his hotel room just randomly, And
and that's what drove him crazy was like he couldn't do things normal where he had to buy a grocery store, like rent time in a grocery store just to go and pretend like he's a regular person in a grocery shop.
I didn't know he rented a grocery store. I remember he was walking through Vegas and he was like, I got that, already bought that.
This is like, I think this is just like a story that's out there, but I don't know if it's true or not, but it's like that he would go grocery shopping, but like he would do it in like off hours or do it at, in his own store and like hire people to be in there and not acknowledge him just so he could feel what it's like to grocery shop.
Wow.
Do you think that there will ever be like a star that shines that bright ever again?
Cody Poundcake Brown.
No, I don't want to.
On his new Fox game show, Is This Lynyrd Skynyrd? 100.7 WMMS brand new song here from Prince from the forthcoming movie called Purple Rain. They were going to call it Blue Thunder, but that was a helicopter movie from a little while back. How about that for you on the buzzard? Nah, I screwed it up.
Yeah, it's close.
I was trying to race to the end.
You could. There's dudes going viral on TikTok because somebody tagged us in this, and this guy like hits the post with his hand over his eyes. Like that's supposed to make it more impressive. Because I guess you're not knowing when the lyrics kick in.
Well, that's in a weird way that's new school. Old school, when I was coming up, you had to know when it would start. Now you can look at your screen and it will tell you when it's coming. So that must be what the hand over the eyes is.
Yeah.
But I don't need to put my hand over my eyes.
I thought we should just do a full show with our hands over our eyes and be like, look, we can do a whole talk show without seeing.
Huh. Hey, let me go to Jason.
You're just going to skip over his pegging question?
Oh, pegging, right.
Yes.
Well, yeah, I'm going to skip over it for a second. I think that requires a longer conversation than the 2 minutes I have until the break here. Hello, Jason.
Yes, hello.
What's going on, man?
Not a lot. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
So what you guys were doing with Poundcake reminds me of about a decade ago. I was in a sales room and it had a whole bunch of different races and different people in there. And anytime a song would come on, this black gentleman would always say, "That's Bon Jovi." And at least maybe once he would be right. But any rock song he would hear, he would declare that it was Bon Jovi.
Yeah, sure. I mean, to the uninitiated, you can throw something out there, and sooner or later, Poundcake's game, it's gonna be Lynyrd Skynyrd.
Yeah, you're gonna get right once. Now, the thing that I made a joke of it is I came up with a game show where you would just go up to random black people and go, "Hey, black guy, name that song." And for whatever reason, I thought that was real funny. And then
I take it you're not a black guy, Jason.
I know. Give me a second.
I know. Give me a second. I'm going to dig myself in some
racist
deeper here.
It is, but let me defend myself.
I'm Puerto Rican. I'm brown.
Yeah. Okay.
That gives me a right. But anyway, so I changed it to you could go to white folks and ask them the same thing about hip hop and see So actually, I thought it was like a good idea, and then I ended up changing the names of stereotypes. I don't know if I'm putting myself back in the hole again. But what you guys were doing with Poundcake, I thought was hilarious. It just reminded me of that whole thing.
Okay, well, thank you, Jason. I appreciate it. I don't know. I can barely hear the guy. Is this Lynyrd Skynyrd, Poundcake? Very famous song. It's a classic.
No, it's
song.
not Lynyrd Skynyrd. I know this from that one commercial. Test the man.
Do you know the name of the band, though?
No.
From Chicago, Illinois, the band called Survivor. I Am a Tiger for the Rocky II movie. They were going to call it Blue Thunder, but that was a helicopter movie. Yeah, you're right. That is not Lynyrd Skynyrd. And good for you for figuring that out. Is this Lynyrd Skynyrd? Oop, wrong one. Is this Lynyrd Skynyrd?
No.
See, now he's on to me. He knows what's going on. No, it's not Lynyrd Skynyrd. This is just a really, really good song. This should become the national anthem. Life During Wartime by the Talking Heads. Talking Heads, not the Talking Heads.
You should put this into the ACS intro.
This ain't no party, except this is a party, Poundcake. Still not a disco, but plenty of fooling around. But I got a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com, hit us up there. And you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Don't worry if you win a buck ton of cash on the Buzz. This is the Alan Cox Show. 100.7 WMMS.
Not Leonard Skinner. It is?
Of course it is. It's called That Smell. The smell of death surrounds you.
I miss this monitor not being working over here.
My way. Say again?
I said I miss this monitor not working over here anymore because it's Jason's, and I used to cheat when you used to have, the comeback music. I always used to look at the monitor.
But that's no fun.
I know, but I don't like being fun sometimes. I want to get it right.
I don't like being fun. I want to get it right.
People think that I'm like putting up an act. Like, no, I really don't know these bands.
It would be less fun if you did. If you were like, yes, that's Skinner. That one is 311. Ooh, that one's Kansas. That'd be, Black Rob is 209 on the blacklist. What's up, Rob?
What's good, y'all?
How are you, man?
I'm doing good, man. But I kind of got a little offended when that dude said he made up a game show where he'd walk up to random black people and ask them about rock songs. I'd be like the ringer for that. I listen to rock and hip hop, and my favorite band is Korn. So
yeah, I was going to say, a game like that, you're setting yourself up for potential failure because there are a lot of people who know a lot of rock. Poundcake doesn't not know these bands because he's black. He doesn't know them because he's 28.
Well, most of these kids, I try to tell them, like I even try to tell my little cousin, I'm like, dude, you need to expand your horizon. Get out to hip hop and try at different genres of music.
Sure.
Like the genre I won't mess with is country.
Bring me the horizon.
You and me both, Rob. You and me both.
I like classic country. I can't get into like pop country, but
I like a little country music. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know. I just rather listen to rock, man, and like the heavier the better.
I'm with you, man. All right, thank you, Rob.
I just had to say that.
Thank you, pal.
Yep. Have a good day.
All right, you too. Rick is number 116 on the blacklist. What's going on, Rick?
Hello, Mr. Cox.
Now, Rick, were you as aghast as we were that Poundcake was all over the road with these bands? He thought that he thought Leonard Skinner sang "Welcome to the Jungle."
Yeah, I knew that was Guns N' Roses.
Yeah.
But like you said, he's young. He don't remember that. I mean, he might have heard it, but didn't know.
I know it from like PS2 games.
Okay.
Yeah,
however you got to get there.
I don't know. Hey, Bill.
Hey, what's going on, Rick?
Is Mary in today? I haven't noticed I heard her.
Yes, she is.
Hey, Mary.
Hold on. She's on her phone like always.
Elbow to fist.
There you go.
She's not there. Okay.
Stretch me out over 9 more inches.
Yeah, now I know she's not there. Hey, Alan.
Oh, I eat your meat.
Stop it, Mary. You just stop.
Yeah, stop it, Mary. What's up, Rick?
Now, this is a particular group. I don't know who they are. But the first time I heard it, and then I seen the video, which is animated. And he's talking about his band, and he be talking about groupies. Now, the lyrics is, we get paid for nothing, and the chicks are free. Who is that made?
That's the Dire Straits.
Yeah.
Mark Knopfler. Money for nothing and your chicks for free.
Right. That's who? What's the name of them?
The Dire Straits. They just got inducted into the Rock Hall year before last, I think.
Really?
Yeah. And that was a huge hit for them, and they thought it was such a stupid song. Actually, the original version of that song had the word faggot in it. And they didn't get them in trouble at the time, but as the years went by, they would edit that from the song.
I didn't know they had the F word in it, but I mean,
1985, and the video you're talking about, too, at the time was considered state-of-the-art in video animation.
Right.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so what's the name of it? One more time?
The band is called Dire Straits. Like, I got no money, I'm in dire straits. I really, that's the band.
D-I-R-E.
Yep.
Straits. I love that song.
It's a great song, yeah.
They have a lot of great songs. Romeo and Juliet, and I mess with Dire Straits.
Yeah, they got a song called Heavy Fuel that came out a few years later that people forget about. But
I never heard Heavy Fuel.
Heavy Fuel is a great song. But Mark Knopfler, I always
Songs
thought
of
was...
Swing?
Yeah, Songs of Swing. There was an underrated guitarist, was Mark Knopfler. And I think it was a little... it was very anticlimactic, too, when they got inducted in the Rock Hall, because he wanted nothing to do with it. And neither he nor his brother. And so you ended up with, like, the bass player and the drummer or something showed up. They're like, hey, thanks. You know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Remember a long time ago I was talking about who was in with Jimi Hendrix? And the drummer name was Buddy Miles. I couldn't think of his name at that time.
Okay. I thought Mitch Mitchell was Jimi Hendrix's drummer.
I mean, but when they did the Freedom, when they did You Don't Know What I Know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was Buddy Miles, because he got his drum set, red, white, and blue drum set. But anyway, hey, Alan, what you do? Just play me a little bit of that song I asked, just a little taste of it.
This one? It had Sting at the beginning. I Want My MTV, and then that's the way you do it.
Yeah.
That's the way you do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the spot, Rick. All right, thank you, Rick.
I like that. Okay, I'm
Thank you,
out.
pal. All right.
Can we get the Beverly Hillbillies, the Weird Al cover of this parody?
What song is that?
It's Beverly Hillbillies by Weird Al. Beverly.
Yeah, let me find it. Money for Nothing, Beverly Hillbillies?
Yes.
I guess that's pretty self-explanatory, isn't it? All right. We've had a lot of music on the show today.
UHF.
Oh.
He kind of passes out and has a fever dream, also with the same technology. They spared no expense. Probably the most expensive scene in the whole movie.
Oh, I kind of remember this, where they got the neon headbands and
Looky here, people. Listen to my story. A little story about a man
named Jed.
Good old something.
Weird Al on yesterday, Weird Al now today.
They say he barely kept his family fed. Now let me tell you, one day he was shooting. Old Jed was shooting at some food. When all of a sudden right up
Poundcake.
from the ground there.
Is this Leonard Skinner?
No.
All that is, well, maybe you call it black gold, the Texas tea. He gonna move next to Mr. Dry.
I like how they have Buddy Ebsen animated in this thing. Jed Clampett. Do you want to talk to Mary Santorum? Our own Mary Santora is out today, but Mary Santorum, who has distinguished herself as a pretty able comedian, checks in from time to time. And hello, Mary.
Hello, Alan. This is Mary Santorum.
What's going on?
Alan, I'm very sad Mary Santora's not in today. I wanted to tell her how much I love her new album, Hillbilly Bougie.
Yeah, it's available for pre-order.
Alan, I laughed so hard, I miscarried.
Well, that's a missed opportunity then, isn't it? I'm sorry to hear that. I guess condolences your way as well. Do you have your own album coming out by any chance?
Well, Alan, first off, that's okay, because I'm already pregnant again. I'm very...
Hey, congratulations.
Hey, congratulations.
So many babies.
Man, I'll tell you what. Yeah, that's right.
Alan, as you know, I do a lot of stand-up with my comedic troupe, The Bombers, okay?
I've heard.
But did you know I recently launched my musical career doing polka parodies like Weird Al?
I did. No, that's
exciting.
Very cool.
Also,
No,
very
niche market. I'm thinking of changing my name to Polka Mary.
Okay. You might be onto something there.
Would you like a couple examples, Alan?
How could I go without?
Let me get my accordion here loaded up, okay? Are you ready, Alan?
Yeah, I couldn't be readier.
This one is called Roll Up the Doobie, okay? Roll up the doobie, let's all have doobie, it's fun. Roll up the doobie, we all love to smoke bud. Cannabis sativa takes all my blues away. Now it's time to roll the doobie. We're gonna get high today.
Very exciting. Boy, look at that. You're Weird Al in our midst, as it were. Well, congratulations.
Thank you. Alan, would you like a couple other examples?
No, I won't. No.
That was plenty.
You know what? A little
That was
goes a
even a
long
little
way.
long,
Yeah,
yeah.
a little goes a long way.
Yeah,
Thank you,
that's
though.
good.
No,
Yeah.
please.
No, please, no.
Let me do one more. This
Oh, come on. A woman in your condition should not be begging. It's unbecoming and unseemly.
All right. Would you like to hear Quarantine, Alan?
No, I'm fine. I got a little taste, and a little taste is what I like.
How's about
I've got to move on to the pegging conversation, Mary. You know.
Alan, I have one more called My Uncle. Would you like to hear my
No.
uncle?
How many times do I
I'd
have to
rather
say
be
no?
pegged than listen to this.
That's right. Thank you. Mary Santorum is there. And,
That was not Leonard Skinner.
correct. Not Leonard Skinner. So before the break,
Leonard Foreskin.
Dex calls from Akron. He goes, Alan, Bill, your thoughts on pegging. I think his words were, when the girl goes up the guy.
Yeah.
I've never done it. And I don't know that it's my thing. I'm not immune from having a good time. I've tossed a salad on the first date. But the pegging thing, it's never even been suggested to me.
Well, it has
I've
now.
never had anybody say, hey, how do you feel about this? But I don't think it's for me. Your thoughts?
Hemorrhoids.
What, hemorrhoids? You would get hemorrhoids doing that?
No, I think hemorrhoids are a reason I wouldn't want to do it.
That you would get them if you were getting pegged?
Well, I'm prone to having hemorrhoids.
Oh, God.
So it's...
Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing technical difficulties. Please stand by.
Oh, I didn't know that we're...
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let me... you're prone to hemorrhoids.
I've had a hemorrhoid or two in my day. And,
all right. But if you're not... I've never had one. Are hemorrhoids something that flare up?
It's not something I want to figure out.
No, what I'm saying is, I assume that there are times when you don't have one, and if you were offered a pegging then, you might go, I got no roid issues currently.
I got no roid issues, but I don't want it to flare up. You know, so I'm going to opt out on account of the hemorrhoids that could be.
Better safe than sorry.
Right.
Are hemorrhoids an inflammatory issue? It's inflammation? Is that what it is?
I think so. I don't know.
Poundcake? I mean, he's on the phone.
Yeah.
I mean, he's our resident sometimes bottom.
Yeah.
I guess that's why Dex singled you and I out. You're our resident sometimes bottom.
I'm not against a finger, but yeah. But again, it's not even that.
Finger's fine. I've gotten the finger a few times.
I've gotten the finger,
okay.
but it's not something I like on a regular basis. It's not like my area down there is so disgusting.
You don't want anybody playing around with it. I understand.
I can't look at you again that night. Like if they do the finger, that's the end of the night.
But I'm thinking
there's no round two.
Oh, really?
Because you have to wash your hand. I can't.
But I'm
know
thinking
that's there.
I'm thinking of any kind of play like that as like showered, ready, fresh to go in.
Right, but even with the shower and the preparation and that happening, it's still not something that I can stop thinking about. Like once the finger goes in, you gotta go, all right, I'm done. Let's clean up.
Okay.
I need to clean up.
So that's the end of it.
Yeah.
Okay. I used to date somebody who would make me go into the bathroom and brush my teeth after I went down to do what I do.
Oh, you?
Yeah.
Oh.
And that would really ruin my rhythm.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't think this is going to work out. I kind of like to keep going after all this.
Right,
I'm not looking to get up and make a trip to grab some scope.
After you're doing that, she's like, give me that.
Yeah. So, again, it's certainly nothing, if it were presented to me, I feel like it's something that my wife might present in anger.
This is a punishment?
This is a punishment.
You forgot my birthday.
You're going to lay there and you're going to it's the last harmonica you buy me. But as our resident sometimes bottom, Poundcake, correct?
Pegging.
Yeah, pegging, and Bill said that his
I
area
watched
is...
the pegging pornography from time to time, but
yeah, it's not for me either. It's nothing that gets me all frothed up.
It's more... I don't know. It's
being gay. I've never had to be. I've never had to be pegged.
You've been pegged by a wall.
But we don't call it pegging. We just call it bottoming.
Yeah.
For some reason, because I don't hear pegging on a regular basis, I always think that pegging is sounding. I confuse it for that. So for that, I'm like, no pegging.
Hard pass on that.
But again, pegging is pegging and bottoming, whatever. That's your semantic difference.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a girl with a strap on.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if the result is this, Bill was concerned about hemorrhoidal difficulties, and that sounded, that to me, all the other stuff aside, sounded enough reason to avoid it entirely. And great excuse. No, I don't want to do that. Why? I sometimes have the discomfort of hemorrhoidal itch.
Balloons.
Right, like when Bobby Kelly was in here, and he said sometimes... you get a passionate itch.
Yeah.
So I did not hear your answer, Alan. Pegging yes, pegging no.
It doesn't do anything for me.
Okay.
I mean, I've gotten a finger on a number of occasions, but if
How
somebody
many?
was like, huh?
How many?
How many?
10.
9. I said, tell you what, only one thumb at a time.
You don't want the Fonzie?
Hey! No, I don't want that. I'm curious why Dex was asking that question, if that was on the table for him. He couldn't have just been randomly thinking about it. I wonder if Alan and Bill like being pegged.
Right.
Some guys really dig it, and I say mazel tov. I mean, if that's for you...
Makes a girl feel empowered, and I mean, your
there are other ways to make
there.
your woman feel empowered, by the way.
I'm just saying, your prostate's back there, so, I mean...
I get it, but guess
that's what
what?
the finger's for.
A finger will do that work for you.
You gotta go deep. Gotta have that hook.
Gotta have that hook.
Gotta have
It's not that deep.
Yeah.
You gotta feel that pressure.
No, it's like if you got to go back in for your watch, I don't want anything to do with it. People are saying, what's sounding? Let me tell you what sounding is.
Nope, we're going to ruin some nights.
Dr. Ryan Berglund has described that because people have called and go, hey, I like to sound.
He said, don't do it.
It's taking a series of progressively larger metal rods and inserting them into your urethra for the purpose of sexual pleasure.
Which is your penis hole.
Thank you, Bill, for the non-medical students in the audience. Yeah, so you start out small, I
Your
assume.
urethra,
Like
my urethra.
our urethra. We all urethra for ice cream. I imagine
What's
that
your urethra pronoun?
P, him, her. I assume that you start out with like a small dowel. And then, boy, if you really go down that rabbit hole, if you will, some people really get into like beer cans and, you know.
Ugh.
Alan, you mentioned tossing a salad in the first date. What's his name? I get it. You're implying that it was a man. It was not. Yeah. So, I mean, again, some people are really into it, and it's not for me. Alan, Poundcake's, or you saying he's too young to know those bands is a cop-out. I know Mozart existed. I was born after the 1690s.
Right, but can you name all his works?
Well, I was going to say, that's right, exactly. You wouldn't know all of his music. Poundcake, is this Mozart?
That's it?
No, hold on.
I was going to say, I don't think that's even music.
Is this Mozart?
No.
You're correct. It's Chopin.
I was like, I have a little knowledge of orchestra. I don't know who that is, though.
Frederick Chopin? Polish. A lot of people call him Chopin.
Chopin, yeah.
But he's not French. He's Polish. Chopin.
But
Chopin
also,
Broccoli is the song
Poundcake
that a lot of people
grew up
remember.
not listening to that kind of music. Like his mom didn't listen to that music, so it's also a product of that and the gayness.
That's why it's so fun.
Yeah, my gayness. Yeah.
Right. It's like if you're interested in rock music, then you're going to know these bands. But
Literally,
if you're not,
I was... my music at a very young age was Whitney Houston, The Bodyguard soundtrack, and The Titanic, which was Celine Dion. So
I heard they're rebooting The Bodyguard, by the way.
I thought you were going to say they're rebooting Titanic.
No. They're rebooting The Bodyguard with Cardi B and Channing Tatum.
You're lying.
I swear to God, I just heard this.
No, they are not.
It might have been
Can
something.
she sing that song?
It might have been something that got sent out into the pop culture bloodstream, but I heard that they're trying to do
I
something
don't want
with.
to live here anymore. I don't want to live on this planet.
No, but every
anymore.
few years they try to reboot that movie with whoever the hot pop star is at the time. So they were going to do one with Rihanna, and then they were going to do one with whatever.
See, Rihanna, that would be a good fit.
All you bitches.
But Cardi B, like, she can't sing the Bodyguard soundtrack.
How do you know what she can
It's
do?
not going to be the Bodyguard soundtrack. Like, they did the new version of A Star Is Born. They didn't do the same songs.
It's gonna be the Bitty Guard
from
Bitty Bum Bum.
The Bitty Guard
from the Barbra Streisand version.
Is this Lynyrd Skynyrd?
Yes.
Correct. Lynyrd Skynyrd. The song is called Master of Puppets by the Van Zant Brothers. All right, if you want to get the last word in, shoot me a text, 35192. 630 is going to be your next chance to grab $1,000. So listen for that keyword coming up.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
No, what is it?
Whatever smart device you have, just tell it to play The Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Alan, I thought Bill said androids, and I was really excited to hear what he had to say.
If it's an android, yes, I'm into it, but I don't want a woman.
I'm prone to androids back there, and more of an iOS man myself. Okay, we got to go. Thanks for hanging out, gang. What do you have coming up, William?
New episode of The Bill Squire Show is available now on the iHeartRadio app and on YouTube. Please subscribe on YouTube, and this week's episode is going to drop on Saturdays, and I think I'm going to start dropping them on Saturdays now just because there's a lot of congestion on Mondays, and I think like Saturdays might be a better day for my podcast to get out there.
People can listen on the weekend.
They can listen on the weekend, yeah. We get the Cox on the week and then Bill on the weekend. And this week it's my buddy Mike Albanese, new buddy. I didn't actually really know him, but we talked about Super Bowl snacks and friends, and it's a good episode. I really like it. And then follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire.
Poundcake?
Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram, and recording a new Poundcake podcast tonight. So that'll be up for you tomorrow.
Solid. Okay, good. Thanks, guys. I'm out there at Alan Cox Show. Twitter, Instagram, Cameo, the whole bit. If you need an Alan Cox Show sticker, some people hit me up for those from time to time. If you're one of the Bureau Chiefs, or if you're, you don't have to be off 1,000 miles away. Shoot me an email for those. After Hours line, if you want to leave us a message, you can do that anytime. 216-986-8903. Today's show and many that have preceded it are available on demand on the iHeartRadio app. And if you want to watch, you can. Our YouTube channel is The Alan Cox Show. And another $1,000 for you. Buck ton of cash. You still have about a dozen chances every day, the remainder of this month, to grab some of this money. So 6:30 is your next chance to do that. And then we'll talk to you again tomorrow, right around 2 o'clock. Thanks very much for hanging out. And I will see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the British